So our first paper is by Grégory Hamez, University of Lorraine, Mapping the Jean Monnet Network Diet Database, Theoretical and Methodological Questions, 12 to 15 minutes. The second paper by Jean Rubio of Mission Opérationnelle Transfrontalière, Cross-Border Observation, Data Collection, Harmonization, Indicators, Issues and Difficulties, and the Role of Cross-Border Observation Working Groups. The third paper by Roland Esch, Central European Services for Cross-Border Initiative, Data Harmonization in the Danube region and the Balkans.
Oh, yeah.
And the fourth paper by Heinek Boom, Wojciech Opiola, and Agnes Eros, University of Opole, designing multilingual research and collecting data for quantitative content analysis on the example of the border narrative in Polish Czechoslovakia Hungarian media. Sorry, I had that word. So 10, 15 minutes each, and then we have 15, 20 minutes for discussions.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Maybe I can begin. Hinek is a lucky guy because he's the only one who sees the screen. I will try to be very precise. My title is Mapping the Database with Theoretical and Methodological Questions. And I'm very happy to be here with you and to share these ideas. And in the process yesterday, we already addressed database questions and quantitative ones. And now the point would be to switch to spatial question of displaying the figures. And I wanted to begin with some warning, because mapping the database is not so obvious. And there are three warnings. The first one is that we must be aware of the diversity of nature of borders. And this spatial nature is diverse. Of course, we could represent it as lines on the ground, in the air, in the sea, but also as points. Airports are also borders, ports, and also surfaces. You can have no man's land and so on. So borders as dyads are only one particular kind of current borders. So if we map borders, we do not have the overall nature of what is a border. A second warning is the difficulty to define it. And I really like what Anne-Laure Amila-Sari said, that often borders are defined following territory, which is often defined following sovereignty, which is often defined following borders. That is to say, we are in a fuzzy way of grasping what is going on. And so it's another problem. And the third warning is that the nature of borders is not only spatial. Anne-Laure said also that borders are mobile. Other authors, as Achille Mbembe, or authors working on migration, say that the body of migrants can also be seen as a border, the body itself. So just this warning, okay, we can map the dyads, but there is some essential reality of the border that will escape. And it's early. I hoped it would be okay for me, but okay, I will go on. To end this introduction, my focus is about the spatial nature, and the main question would be, what does the cartography of dyads mean? When you map dyads, what do you show and what do you not show? Okay. And here it's merely an inductive approach. Actually, after the work a master student of mine, Jordi Baker, made 1 year ago. And I will have 5 points here. Bonjour. Just I end with the table of the content of my presentation. First thing, some elements of definition. Benjamin yesterday said again to us that dyads are common juridical borders between two recognized states. So the juridical and legal dimension is essential. And now, if we look also on the GMN website of University Victoria, it is defined as individual state-state segments. And as a spatial feature, we could represent it in three different ways. First one, as lines, a line between the two states, just a line without any substance. Or a buffer zone. Yesterday also, Benjamin spoke about pre-frontier area. So we can't have this depth of buffer zone. Or arrows from one country to another. But if now we think through mapping, this is not easy at all, because when you want to draw some lines and to express things following these lines, you cannot have a diversity of strengths of the length, the width of lines is restricted to 1, 2, 3, or 4 different widths and no more. So then it's the same for the arrows. You cannot have a lot of different big, small arrows. So to express it from a spatial point of view is highly difficult. If we go on to define, and here it will be very quick, military security or human security. Military security, we could really think about it about the state level, and human security, when we would focus on the individual level, and this would be about human rights, feeling safe, and so on. So border security would be ensuring the safety for a state and for the people facing risks and accidents, whatever their nature, military or not military. And if we go with this definition, we have a lot of characteristic features that could be thought about. For example, I made some field in the Belgian border near France, close to the North Sea. And when you are there, it's a Belgian coast, it's very nice and so on. But on the other side of the border, you have France and the nuclear plant. And a lot of Belgian people said to me that they were afraid if there was an accident on the French side, of course, there would be a concern. So security, safety, I think we could and we should take it into account. And then to conclude this definition part, we could, when we map dyads, we could either map the materiality of border, and the concept would be partitioning or wallification or something like that, or the flows of people, good information, and so on. And the concept would be interaction, or the safe or unsafe nature of a border, and the concept would be discontinuities. I think it's very important to link the mapping exercise with the concept that will be expressed. Now, so first point, if we want to map the materiality of the borders, problem is the diversity of walls. Is it barbed wires, walls of different size, of different heights, and so on, fences, different fences, not only continuous, and the diversity of dispositif in the Foucauldian meaning. And so I would like to go 2 examples of maps I found in the literature. First one, it was a map from Stéphane Rosière in his book Frontières de fer, le cloisonnement du monde. And you can find a lot of maps of this kind in the literature. It was a book in 2020. And you can see that there were 4 kinds of maps: a continuous barrier, discontinuous one, front line, or closed straight. And here, from a technical point of view, I would like to stress the low contrasting power by these lines. And the problem that different size of diodes means different ways that the eye of the information going to the eye. As a consequence, the most striking elements are perhaps not the most important ones. For example, when I look at this map, what comes first to my mind is the border in Manchuria, between China and Russia. But is it the most important? And on the other side, the border between France and United Kingdom, which is very little, very teeny, is fairly not visible. But it's very important, and you have thousands and thousands of people being killed trying to cross this border. So it's really a problem if we map this. The size of the borders will have a very huge impact. And so another map, and I'm very happy that Jean is here because it's a map from the Monnet. We could avoid this problem of mapping the lines by mapping the areas and similarities. And here it's a map which was called the Europe of Variety, and you have almost the Schengen area. And what is interesting is that it's the way we experience the border. For example, when you are at an airport, the big difference is, are you in the Schengen line desk or not? And this map means it. So it would be a way to avoid the problem of representing the lines. Second thing, we could map not the materiality of the borders, but the flows with some of the cartographic constraints I mentioned just at the beginning. And as previously, I would like to display two different maps. The first one is very frequent map of border commuters at the northeastern border of France. And so it's from the French employment zones. Yes, it was in the book by Michel Fouché, Les frontières, from la documentation photographique. But we do not know where people go. It was not precise. And the cartographic choice was that you have one color by country, French to Belgium, blue to Luxembourg, and so on. Yellow to Belgium, okay. And it's a straight lines, and it's a curious discretization of data. For example, if you look at the legend, you have 1,000, 6,000, 34,000, and more than 34,000. And my point, okay, it's interesting, but if you look at it, you say, okay, there are commuters everywhere. And so let's go to another thing. But I use this data and try to map them. It's the following map, because my point is that this map is misleading. In this map, I used the colors to stress the more important figures. And here, my point is that it's the correct representation. And contrary to the previous map where you say, okay, there are commuters everywhere. No, not everywhere. You have 3 spots of major commuting zones around Geneva, Basel, and Luxembourg. And that's all. After you have secondary zones of commuting. And so we can use this interaction process, but the cartographic choices are very important. I try to go. Okay. So first materiality, second interaction, and now we could also map the discontinuities. And just with my master students, we look at the data, possible data, and how we could go from data to indicators. And for example, about safety and non-safety, you have homicide rates, for example, population suicide rates, language and GDP per inhabitant, which could display violence, unhappiness, discomfort, or so on. And but the problem as regards border security is, what does it mean? For example, do you feel safer if your neighbor is rich is poor. And I think it's different following the case. But the most often case, you do not feel safe if your neighbor is poor. And I met it at the French-Belgian border around big city of Lille, where sometimes the Belgian suburbs build some fences to protect from the people with low income from Lille. And we could also feel it around Luxembourg. When your neighbor is twice poorer than you do not feel safe. So I think about security. That's a very interesting dimension. And this is a map I drew in the book in 2020, which was called Borders. Actually, most of books are called Borders here. And the choice was to focus on relative disparities. That is to say, the share between region 1 and region 2. Yes, we had also the point not to focus only on national diets, but every diet. But of course, we could do the same exercise focusing on countries. So now a conclusion and then a proposal to going further. Back to the meaning of the database. My point was to stress the interest, but also the limits of maps. The map is always a powerful tool to display the main spatial features, but it's a highly technical design to be fruit. Another question is, do we produce a map to be read or a map to display spatial features? And for example, there are a lot of maps where you have to read a figure or a text and so on. And that's interesting, but my point is that we could, for example, the last map was a map to display features. For example, in 3 seconds, you must have the main information without reading text and figures in the map. And so not all the facts can be shown on a map, but a map can always provide an additional point of view. And when I prepared this paper, I remember that 17 years ago, so it's sometime somehow very old, but I worked with a colleague of mine, Claude Grasland, and it was in an ESPON project, and we tried to combine indicators and to measure disparities between regions. And here, it was really experimental. There was not European policy following this, but we tried to produce an indicator combining GDP per inhabitant, unemployment rate, and the share of young people. Very simple one, following the United Nations HDI, Human Development Index. So 1/3 GDP, 1/3 unemployment, 1/3 youth. And so the darker regions are wealthy, young, fairly unemployed, and the opposite. And then we measure for each dyad, inter-region dyads, what was the main features of this disparity. And for example, we have 3 types, A, B, C. A in green. A is the most in favor of flows because you have a rich region neighboring a poorer one with a lot of young people and a lot of unemployed. So very in favor of flows. And for example, between Luxembourg and France, it's the case. On the opposite side, you have type C in red, which is not in favor of flows because the rich regions is also the younger, but facing old, poor, unemployed people. So it's just something that came to me that 17 years ago, we produced it with this colleague, and I had the idea that perhaps we could imagine here in the network some ways of producing a typology of dyads following this way. just a multi-criterion typology. And two or three or four variables, I don't know, but yeah, it's just a proposal. Thank you for your attention.
So I suggest we all save our questions and comments, obviously, and we just move on to the next paper by Jean Rubio.
My presentation today is dealing with cross-border observation, so data collection, harmonization, indicators, issues and difficulties, and the role of cross-border observation working groups. So first, I would like just to make a short presentation of our organization, the Mission Opération Transfrontalière. Then I would like just to make a historical overview of our works about data collection and observation activities, and also the role of cross-border observation working groups, which are now settled. And at the end, I will just speak about the development of a database internal to our organization and a few words of conclusion. So the MOT is an association created in 1997 by the French government. We are supported by national level, different ministries, and also the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs. And we are also a network of 90 actors of cross-border territories, cross-border structures, municipalities, grouping of municipalities, départements, regions, but also states, urban planning agency, and so mainly on the French side, as you see on the map, but also located in the neighboring countries. So this positioning allows us for structured dialogue between national and European authorities and local regional actors. And the MOT is also a tool for observing cross-border territories on French borders. But why observe cross-border territories? Maybe the first reason is to support the pertinence of the cross-border institutional scope, to highlight their specific features and their needs so as to act more effectively in them, to compare them with other territories in order to assess the equity of the public policies applied to them. For example, handicaps of cross-border territories compared with others. So for since 20 years, the MOT produced many maps to highlight the cross-border dynamics, to show the cross-border facts, and also to show the cross-border governance structure of governance. So about the activities and the challenges of cross-border observation, I would like just to show you some studies that we did in the last 20 years. The first major study was the exploratory study concerning statistical observation of cross-border territories for the data in 2007. We worked at this time with Gregory in this study, and it was the aim was to build the first database about cross-border dynamics, cross-border data, and we work on core cross-border indicators, and we did an analysis grid coming from on three pilot sites. And in this analysis grid, we try to define the theme, for example, dynamics or differential and complementarities. A sub-theme, for example, cross-border worker flows. The objective was measuring the volume of cross-border commuting. There are some indicators and also the scale of observation, for example, cross-border conurbation or border employment area. The periodicity of the data, and also the availability of the by location in France, but also in the other countries. So it was this first study. And the conclusion of this study was the need to create a working group extended to other cross-border urban sites and other statistical offices in order to consolidate the method and the grid of indicators and the presentation of the approach to this extended group. Yeah, you see like a sheet about one indicator that we try to complete with all the definition, also the technical problems for each indicator. So the next study was the extension of the first one to 10 urban cross-border territories. And in this study, we work with 10 urban planning agencies located on the French, close to the French borders. And we did a data collection for 10 analyzed sites. So you can see for all the sites, we look for indicators and show where the data is available or not, and for each country, for each site. So it was a huge work. And the aim was at the end of the study was to make a data collection methodology and a reporting protocol. We find 3 scenarios. The first one was involving the urban planning agency to collect to ask them to collect the data on the other side of the border. The second scenario was setting a working group, bringing together all the statistical institutes with technical coordination. And the third scenario was more ambitious. It involves a political dimension to the cross-border observation approach, and it calls for the coordination for the spatial planning departments of the states bordering France, and it requires the formal commitment to support cross-border cooperation. And the results produced at the statistical level should make it possible to draw their attention to updated and particularly substantial problems, and this coordination of the special planning ministries of the neighboring countries within a cross-border strategic committee. So it was like a political decision to build this committee. So in 2013, this committee, cross-border strategic committee, was born, and the members were there's a French National Agency for Cohesion, the MOT, the French National Statistic Institute, but also Urban Planning Agency, National and Regional Administration on the border of France, but also neighboring, the neighboring countries, and also other statistical institutes. And for example, one of the work done during by this committee was to make a map during the Luxembourg presidency of the European Union, a map about the availability of data on cross-border flows of commuters. So if you see on this map, it shows the type of data mainly used by the different countries analyzed. In yellow, you have statistical data, in blue for administrative data, and purple for both types of data. And on each border, you check the availability of data. A green arrow when the data is available, red when it's not available, and dark gray when the information has not been investigated by the cross-border committee. So, and on some borders, you can also use different sources for one direction of the flow. For example, outgoing flows from France to Belgium are monitored by French Statistical Institute, but on the Belgian side, it's the social security which monitors the flows. In the framework of also this committee, we try to identify all the existing initiatives of cross-border observation. So on this map, you see the different local cross-border observatories. some are existing observatories, some are past actions, for example, the Atlas of the Lille metropolitan area. And also you have in yellow ongoing projects or new projects under consideration where actors, there was a lack of observation and now they are launching new projects of border monitoring. So here are some examples of maps produced by the cross-border GIS, for example, the greater region. You have here a map of carpooling areas near Luxembourg. In this example, it's the Upper Rhine, French-German border, a map about the Upper Rhine forests. This map is coming from the cross-border statistical observatory of the Jura Alps on the French-Swiss border, and showing all the commuters between France and Switzerland. And this last map is about commercial thematic on the French-Spanish border. On this area, the actors, local actors, did a project called Data Pass to observe some first fields of observation in this area. And now, so in this map, you can see, for example, the number of shops on both sides of the border, or also the constructed areas. And the actors decided to launch to go to a further step and to candidate for an Interreg project to create a cross-border observatory. And the motive would be one of the partner of this Interreg project. It's the first time for us to be partner, because now during the new period of programmation, we can be actor even if we are not located on this territory. And in the same context, the MOT launched a new working group on cross-border observation of the French borders. In 2020, we did a survey of local cross-border observatories, and the needs revealed by the survey are concern main 5 thematic fields considered as priorities: transport and mobility, labor market, demography, economic fabric and trade, and also land use and property. And 5 priority objectives were identified by the actors. The first one was the constitution of common indicators, the progressive convergence of geographic data and cross-border alphanumeric data, the production of common data, the improvement of access to data, and also the sharing of work and methods. So the first working group was created after this survey. The first meeting was last 17th of October. And the main objective of the group was to have a mapping of cross-border monitoring actors and their actions, and to gradually build a cross-border monitoring community. And also to have to contribute to the improvement of the knowledge of cross-border situation and trajectories. The first topic worked in this working group were labor markets and economic development. And talking about another working group, as maybe you know, there was the Aachen Treaty signed in 2019 between France and Germany. It was a treaty for more integration between the two countries, and the two states set up a cross-border cooperation committee, and which is responsible for coordination of all aspects of cross-border observation between the France and Germany, and in the same framework, Germany had a project called MORO, on cross-border monitoring of German borderlands. And they set up around 150 indicators, and from 50 indicators group in 12 different fields, and they decided to gather all the data existing around Germany. And so, in the framework of Aachen Treaty and this moral study, France and Germany decided to create a working group for border territorial observation. The first meeting will be next 15 December in Strasbourg. And the main objective of this working group is to contribute to the definition of public policies in favor of reinforced integration of the France-German neighborhood. The first topic which will be worked is about economy and employment, and also all the flows, but not only labor flows, but commuter flows, but also all the flows, economics, commercial exchange, and investment flows, for example. And to complete the scope, at the MOT, we try to develop some actions concerning development of the database and creation of a GIS. The first action is a cross-border data platform using open data. So we created a data access guide to see where are the data available, the open data available in France, but also in the neighboring countries. We try to work about the feasibility of a cross-border GIS, where we had to gather all the geo data in France, and also create, for example, an interactive map of the perimeters of cross-border structures on the French borders. There is a similar map created by Ceseski and with all the EGTC, for example. And it could be very useful for us. And also, we try to have at the end a statistical and cartographic visualization publication on specific thematic and indicators. And we try to have a national vision of the state French borders around different themes, for example, unemployment, aging groups, aging population, but also cross-border flows of commuters. And for now, if you see the map on the right side, it's very to make this map is very an artisanal or handmade process. We have to combine manually different sources of statistics, the French INSEE, French National Statistics, but also the Belgian National Security, the statistics in Luxembourg, the Bundesagentur für Arbeit in Germany, and also the Swiss statistics, the statistics in Monaco, and you need all these kinds of sources, and also, of course, also Eurostat to have an overview of this data, and it's very it take a long time. It's not very it's not very efficient to make this handmade process, and we would like to make something more interactive and for the next slide. And as a conclusion, I would like to say that there are some difficulties and challenges concerning cross-border observation. In political and financial terms, the existence of an observation process, preferably permanent, depends on the decision makers becoming aware of its usefulness. Many observation initiatives have been financed by European programs, and new cross-border monitoring projects will be financed in the next programming period of Interreg funds. The obstacles are also technical. despite of the development of open data, access to data on both sides of the border remains one of the stumbling blocks. There are still obstacles to access to the data. There is a lack of symmetry of the administrative observation. The low availability of data at municipal level is still a problem. Lack of evidence of census periods and differences in definition of certain indicators are difficulties that have to be overcome in the observation process. And as you see, the networking of observation actors at different levels, for example, on the French border, on French-German border, also at the national level with a working group on the French borders, but also there are new studies launched by the European Commission concerning observation. And so the networking is one of the main ways to overcome these obstacles. And so there is still a need of networking, of exchanges, of methods and of data, and to build this cross-border observation in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So the next presentation is by Roland Hesch.
Yeah.
Data harmonization in the Danube region and in the Balkans. Roland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm Roland Hess from an organization called CESCI. It means Central European Service for Cross-Border Initiatives, and we are a Budapest-based NGO, basically, with public interest. So we have our, we're like an organization. We have our own membership as well. So consisting of local municipalities as well as regional governments and some other organizations, and we're also part of in cooperation with MOT. So we are a member of MOT, and we have also strategic partners across Europe. And we have also 2 branch offices, let's say, our sister companies. And one is in Košice, Slovakia, and the other is in Vojvodina, in the capital of administrative center of Vojvodina, in Novi Sad. And we have fortunate enough to have a chance to be part of various Interreg programs and the cross-border cooperation programs, the Danube Transnational Program, and other programs. And we are responsible for elaborating various strategies, different kind of special plans around the borders of Hungary in particular, and in the Danube region and in the Western Balkans as well. And also we also deal with scientific research, so finding indicators as well as the mental aspects of borders, so the borderscape, how, for example, a new bridge have shaped the spatial relations, social spatial relations within a given territory. Or myself, I've been really interested in twin city cooperation. So cities situated right next to each other, or cities which used to be a single unit along the German-Polish border or on the Hungarian-Slovak border. There are some examples. So what I would like to speak about can be summarized as follows. So first, very briefly, I would like to talk about the main reasons, the needs for data harmonization, and then I will talk about the obstacles that we have to face when gathering and processing data, and then I would like to give you a short introduction to our approach, or what we have tried to done and try to carry out in this field in order to have harmonized data sets, databases, to support planning as well as implementation of various projects and programs, and then some conclusions at the end. So that will be the content that which is now visible on the screen. Yeah, so it's like the main reasons. First, I would like to start with some kind of an apology that I came from the more practical side of this whole story. So I'm not an expert in academia. So I would like to add some interesting information related more to the implementation and the practical life of data harmonization. So maybe it can be a nice synergy between us, and maybe I can complement or add some intriguing information regarding this part of the whole story. Yeah. So so why would we need this kind of data harmonization for example, to support planning and management? Because without the data and data harmonization, the whole planning process and the management of different kind of regions, the governance would more be like insufficient, ineffective. So it's like playing darts blindfolded. You have targets, but you know the target, but if you don't have the data, then how would you carry out activities? How would you measure the impacts? How would you put up comprehensive goals? And then for the need for clearer analysis, so to detect spatial processes, phenomena along the borders, for instance, or to detect functional areas, cross-border, transboundary areas, so commuting zones, student migration, flows, various types of flows that construct new spatial realities, which are overlapping national borders, state borders. And in order to planning and manage it and to have meaningful projects, you need a clear analysis about that specific topic and process. And yeah, we need policy making and decision making to support these activities as well. And as I said before, the impact assessment is very relevant. In order to measure how the money or the budget was spent, because it's just one thing that the project has been carried out successfully, the indicators have been met and so on, but what were the real impacts for border people, for these municipalities, and how efficient and effective these projects were, or these activities were. First of all, in this part of Europe, we have a slightly different constellation compared to Western Europe. And what overrides almost everything in this region regarding our topic of data harmonization is the degree of European integration. So we have a very complex heterogeneous area over here in this Danube region, as well as in the Balkans. So if you take a look at this map, we can see member states. Some has been part of the union for decades now, and we can see member states, but out of the Schengen area, and we see candidate states. Ukraine is now a candidate state, as we know. And we have potential candidates in the form of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And when it comes to the Balkans, to the Western Balkans in particular, we have also Kosovo as a potential candidate. And why does it matter? These different levels in the degree of integration is that that the statistical data collection and processing has been more or less how to say it, like more unified, or there are mutual processes. There are we have the Eurostat as a kind of a European statistics office of statistical data, and but we have this lack of such integrating, unifying institution. So there are many indicators, many topics where you have unparalleled systems, and the harmonization is the lack of harmonization is it hampers cooperation, and it hampers, and it makes it much more difficult to carry out analysis and so on. And when we take a look at the other obstacles, just to name a few, we have differences in publication of data and in reference date in this Balkan and Danube region area. Some states public data at the last day of a year. The other offices publish it on the 1st of January, for instance. And when you just see the pure data, you see that one data is from, I don't know, from 2000, and the other is at 2001. And then some problems emerge from it. The accessibility of data varies across this region. Just to take a look at some indicators, you can see even in very basic indicators which are worth considering. The population indicators differ in these states. In some countries you have data. The lowest level of where the data is available is on the municipal level. In Albania, it's on the county level, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have another different case where entity level, the three entities have population indicators harmonized within the country. Or when you take a look at environmental indicators, you also have various differences, inconsistencies, and sometimes the data, as we know from Western Europe, which was taken granted, or some data just don't exist in this part of Europe. And there are differences in administrative divisions. So for example, when we take a look at the local, like the lowest level of governance, and which is usually the level where the data is available. So this is the local units, the low units, as we know it from NUTS system. So we see that the size are different. And for example, in Slovakia and Hungary, every single settlement, every single village is another unit, is a separate unit where statistical information can be found. But in the case of Romania, they have comuna or communes or municipalities, which consist of several settlements. Or in Ukraine, the system had been different. Now there has been some changes with the rayons and so on, but still it differs from the system what is known just a few kilometers away from the border. Here we can see that the Western Balkans especially is not really integrated into the NUTS system. In Bosnia, there is no such as NUTS 2 or 3 level units. So the data collection is really difficult. Or in Bosnia, or in Montenegro, the whole country is just one single NUTS 3 level unit, and there are no divisions within the country. So it's hard to measure some processes. For example, how would you measure the suburbanization of Podgorica, for instance, when you have just one unit to look at? And there are different definitions for the same thing. maybe in some countries there are no such problems, but here there, even in very basic fields, you have different measurements depending on the legislative differences as well. Because we have several different kind of countries with different national politics, different policies. So these data can mean something else. Even in data like employment rate, depending on the measurement, for example, in Montenegro, employment is measured differently than in Serbia. And when you just look at the data, you would say, oh, the unemployment rate in Montenegro is lower significantly, but it's because the unemployed people are compared to the rest of the population, and so even seniors are included in the data. And here is an example. And when it comes to processing data, and visualization, and some misleading conclusions can be made on this map. You would say, okay, the unemployment rate is significantly higher in Hungary. And then you dig deeper and you see the metadata, you see the methodology behind it, and then it comes, and then you realize that in Romania, when you're a local farmer or a local producer, you and your family is included as an employed person, even if you do nothing on the fields, but you have this, you have been registered as a local farmer, and then it means that you're out of the unemployed. And this area of Romania is highly agricultural. Some areas, not the major cities, but some areas. So it's really misleading. And when you take a look at the different statistical units, you can also come to misleading conclusion. When you take a look at the level of statistical gathering, the NUTS2 and NUTS3 highly differs with regard to net migration. So you can see that on the smaller map that there is a very clear east-west divide within the Danube region. But when you dig a bit deeper, or when you go to a lower level of NUTS3 units with counties and so on, then you realize that that it's not that simple. There's an urban-rural divide and so on. There's a lack of data on cross-border flows that had to be grasped somehow. So we have made various maps with regard to it to capture somehow the student mobility, for instance, over here. And what I would like to highlight here is that during the territorial analysis of the Danube Transitional Program, we have identified different kind of gaps in the database. We compiled similar table to you, Rubio, and we sent it to the national governments. We sent it to the task force and the MA and GS of the program, of the Danube Transitional Program, and they requested officially data from the countries, and together with our compiled data, primary data sources that we have gathered and pooled, and we added these additional data to fill these gaps. So it was a process which should be taken into account, that sometimes you really have to make connections, and interinstitutional connections are very important. And then this is the Eurostat map, and you can see there are, especially with regard to Kosovo and Bosnia, there was a gap in the database. And then this is our map, and we managed to include Bosnia, but we not just on a national level, but on a lower statistical level. So we managed to fill these gaps. Again, the migration is the same. For example, with regard to Bosnia, and here you can see much more detailed information regarding Bosnians. And I wouldn't go into the details, so I came to the end. What I would like to highlight from the Balkans is that are some projects here and there from the Balkans, but as part of the conclusion, I will include some information. So I wouldn't go into details now. But the conclusion, and this is my final slide. Thank you. It's that there are mainly challenges deriving from two things, if I can, at least from this part of Europe. One is the different stages in the European integration process, because it heavily describes what data is available and what it is not. And the other thing is the harmonization of data, especially in the case of the Western Balkans. It's initialized externally from, let's say, from other sources, from Swedish sources or from EU funds and so on. And they had this kind of ad hoc character, so it's like dot-like initiatives here and there, and there is no comprehensive solution. It's completely, we are in a very early stage compared to the French-German borders, for instance. And here are just some remarks, that would that you might find interesting. What I would underline here, I wouldn't go into details, is to sometimes identify priorities, as MOT did. So like try to make some evidence for the politicians and for the nation state level that the data is useful, and try to encourage multi-level and multi-stakeholder cooperation, because when you include only the scholars, or when you include only the municipalities, or just one part of the whole complex system, that you wouldn't be successful, and then you need really to bring on the board various statistical institutes, national and regional stakeholders, employment offices, regional governments, social security officials, and so on, to really build harmonized system. And you have to be also aware of the various territorial levels that might be interesting. So thank you very much for my presentation.
And so our last presentation, I think, Agnès, you take the floor. Designing multilingual research and collective data for qualitative content analysis. The example of the border narrative on Polish, Czech, Slovak, and Hungarian media.
So our presentation is a shared presentation. Hinek joined us online, and Wojciech is here, and if there will be questions, all three of us will be able to answer, at least we try to answer these questions. Unfortunately, we have this super long title of the presentation, but I try to stay focused. Our research, which we are working on, it's financed by the Polish National Science Foundation. I joined this project in 2021, and we will finish it first 3 months of the year. And the main aim of the project was or is to study whether the or and the debordering processes can be traced in the Visegrad 4 countries, which are Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary. And the project is interested in the shifts in the notion, meaning, and attitudes towards the border. And in the first work package, we tried to explore whether the European national and symbolic representations of the borders in this region impact the contemporary development in this region. And we decided to not only deal with policy analysis, some structured interviews and online surveys, but also to try to grasp this via media analysis. So how it is all reflected in the local and national media in these countries. The time frame is quite long, as we started to review it in 2004. And originally, the idea was to start it in 2020, but because of the COVID and because of the war this year in Ukraine, we decided to enlarge the time frame. So we started the collection in April this year. Okay, these were the main research questions of the media analysis. So namely, of course, you can also read it, but just quickly, that how the narrative of borderless Europe developed in this region since 2004, as due to the recent developments, we might feel nostalgic when we read the newspaper from 2004, which was less Eurosceptic, much more enthusiastic about the European Union. And of course, we were also interested in how in each country the narratives developed. How did this major geopolitical shift, for instance, the COVID or the 2015 so-called migration crisis, affected all these perceptions of the border? And hereby, I would like to highlight the importance of whether the presence of national and ethnic minorities had any special role in these narratives. Why? Because in case of Hungary, and in the case of Poland and Czechia and Slovakia, so in this region, lots of different ethnic, linguistic, ethnographic minorities live in these territories, and it might affect the narratives of the border. So yes, these were our aims. And what we wanted to do is to trace daily newspapers, but only the online editions, so not the paper-based, but we wanted to choose newspapers which archive is available online and which were published uninterruptedly since 2004. And this was not easy in many cases to find these kind of newspapers. And it was also important that we wanted to conduct this analysis on a national level, but also regional or local level, if it is possible. And of course, we had a wonderful plan that by this time we will be already able to deliver the results, but due to unexpected happenings, we are still in the process of coding. Okay, but let's see what were the major dilemmas and what we decided how to move on with the research. The first and very important was to select the keywords. So what will be the keywords which we will look for in this in the newspapers? And for us, it was a challenge to find keywords which are relevant in all Visegrad 4 contexts. So in each country, the keyword is relevant. The second, that the phrase itself, the word itself, exists in all 4 languages and means more or less the same. And we definitely wanted one keyword which grasped the symbolic meaning of European Union or being European, and also the practical relevance of the European Union. And for sure, one must be about the borderland and borderland issues and how does it feel or how can we grasp to be a borderlander in a way. And it was especially difficult because these countries have different historical geography, and there are different terminology, different terms used for different kinds of borders. For instance, in case of Hungary, there is the term Carpathian Basin, which is the previous territory of the Greater Hungary, which appears in daily newspapers quite often. So this is a term which in Hungary we use, but obviously this is not a term which you will find in European Union documents. So altogether, we ended up with these three keywords. Interreg is something which hopefully grasp the practical dimension of the European Union, the cross-border cooperation, which is about these borderland issues. And we couldn't come up with a better one, this Europe without borders, for the symbolic meaning of the European Union. So we ended up with these three. And then the second one was to secure our team, and we work in Poland and Czechia. We work with the students, and in Hungary we work together with the SESTI. And we also cooperate with Dr. Michal Wanke from the University of Poland, who trains us in the Atlas TI. We chose the Atlas TI to do this narrative analysis. The simple reason is that this is what the university had access to. Yeah. And then the next dilemma was which newspapers or online news sites we should choose, because before countries had differ in these terms as well. In Poland, the national media is very polarized. Eventually, we chose as a conservative media, Rzeczpospolita and centrist, the Gazeta Wyborcza, but there is no leftist or progressive newspaper. So this we didn't take into consideration. We were very lucky because we could also find and identify regional media which exist in these selected types of borderlands. And also we are lucky because these have been published since 2004 uninterruptedly. Then come Hungary, where especially in the last 10 years, we've been observing the gradual shrinking of the freedom of press. So basically now we ended up in a situation where there is a government-controlled media, which also means that in the last 10 years, lots of newspapers which have been published for 50 years or 60 years have been eliminated. So I would rather phrase it not conservative, but let's say pro-government media, which was one newspaper. And however, there might be some news sites which are rather, let's say, centrist or more empathic, but these only have few thousand readers. So we decided not to involve these to the analysis, and we could find something which is rather critical with the government. And of course, we hesitated to whether to include those news sites which exist because of crowd sourcing or by receiving donors from different foundations or from outside of the country. But eventually, we eliminated this because these are concentrated in Budapest, and they very rarely have any kind of news outside of Budapest, or which would be relevant in the border region. And about the regional and local media, it's thank you very much. It's also a similar case that basically it's not existing. So we decided to choose only one from the Hungarian-Slovak border, which is a Hungarian language news site, but published in Slovakia, and it covers the news from the border region as well. In case of Czechia, the national media was, we were able to find all these three, let's say, types of media outlets. And of course, also the regional and local media chains exist, and they publish news about the border region. And in Slovakia, there is no conservative, which we would put into this category, but centrist and leftist we could follow. And the same case like in Czechia, that there is a local chain of media which we could study. And then we started to compile the data. We copy each and every news, every article in a separate doc file, and we included this information. And we suffered delay due to several reasons. So by now, I can tell you that we uploaded the data to the Atlas TI, and you can see that we have quite a big database with more than 3,000 items in it, or articles in it. And we started the coding. And just to give you an idea, these are the code families which we gathered in the code book. As an independent variable, we categorize each document according to the date and type, because definitely there are articles which are sponsored articles among this, especially about some Interreg projects. And with these code funnelings, we try to grasp the different dimensions of the meaning of the border, the attitude of the border, also how the cross-border living is experienced by the people, but also how it is organized by the different local authorities or national authorities. And based on our previous readings, we could also separate, for instance, a special code family for tourism, because lots of the cross-border activities engaged with tourism. And since we are, the project is especially interested in the organization of cross-border schooling and school exchange and the educational issues, we also decided that it will be a separate code family. And this is just an example from the code family one, that this is everything is defined, but left the possibility open partly for the people who do the coding, that they can also apply or invent separate codes. Later on, we will be able to merge it. So that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, we have discussants, so maybe 2-3 minutes each, 5 at most. Because we need to get some discussion going as well. So who wants to go first?
Sorry, I don't have
Okay.
I think I have some questions, but I don't want to spend too much time to discuss. So maybe I'll just close them all one by one and then say space. But so thank you, first of all, some really great presentations. And my role on the team, I'm sure a lot of you know, I have meetings with people, but I work on the database, kind of managing data collection. So I was very interested in how people are dealing with missing data or differences in measurements. So that was my question, I guess, for both Bohan and Jean, is you both mentioned, issues with collecting data from different agencies, dealing with different levels of data collection. And so you talked a lot about confronting those issues, but I was wondering if you have any, like what kinds of tricks you use to deal with them in analyzing the data. And for Agnes, just another sort of expansion. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how you deal with working in different languages. So obviously you have, you can translate them to the definition, but how did you handle dealing with translating like the connotation of the words? And last one, I'll hand it over. I was thinking a bit about the presentation that Adi gave yesterday when you were talking about representing orders. And so I was just curious, and maybe this is too big of a question, but do you think there's a way to map orders in a way that they don't look static, like the actual lines themselves? You know, if we're talking about how they're redrawn over and over again, it's a way that we can visualize that in a way that makes sense. You know, you gave all these examples of good and bad maps.
Super, thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you for all presentations. In fact, we had two main questions. The first about information collection, and the second one about mapping representation. How shall we represent the data, and is it possible to have a spatial representation? I think in the first information collection, there were also two things. The first about data and quantitative data, and the second one about more qualitative data, words, narratives. And I think I have two or three questions. The first one would be, would it be possible to use current database? Can we use data that are collected on national level or in cross-border areas? And is it possible to use them and to harmonize them or not? What kind of indicator shall we build then? The second question would be about shall we consider the indicators on border as a line or as a point, as a place of in an area? And I think it's at which scale, in fact, it's a kind of scale. Which scale shall we collect information in the data? Sorry. Well, I think because I think there is a challenge. It seems that in your presentation, information and data is not relevant everywhere. So I think this is a real challenge. And the second about mapping. Well, as a geographer, I think using map is always useful. As Gregory showed us, it made me remember a book of Monnet, how to make, in English it was how to make map lines, I think.
How to lie with maps.
Yeah. So,
how to lie with maps.
How to lie with maps.
I think.
Sorry, I read the French version, but it was very interesting. And I think one of the questions is, we know that the diet, we have a lot of complex information, a lot of complex data. Shall we build maps with one indicator or several indicators? How to show the complexity? Or
would it be possible to make sometimes multi-criteria analysis? But then, of course, there was a problem of what kind of indicator shall we select? What shall we bring together? Okay, I would have made some other questions, but I think it's enough.
What about I give you a minute each to answer whichever question we want. We go in reverse order. Agnes, you go first.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me just say one example. I mean, Interact was, that's why Interact was easy. That's why they decided, because it's something which exists as a word itself. And for instance, this Europe Without Borders, it's exactly the same way translated into Polish, Europa bez granic. And we also use it in Hungarian. However, the big difference is that, and that's why in Hungarian language we use suffixes, which means that often it doesn't appear as a term in itself, in Europe Without Borders, but with some kind of suffixes. And then it was tricky to find or identify a term to which we are not able to put any suffix. And that's why for instance, this was a way how we ended up.
Yes, concerning question how to analyze data, and also what is how to deal with harmonized data, or which data shall we collect. In France, it's maybe easy, because in France we have harmonized data for all the territory of France, and with the Statistical National Institute, and we have data at the level of the commune mainly. So that is interesting for us. But when we cross the border, we have differences. And for example, in Germany, you have data at the level of the lender of the land. And in Switzerland, you can find at the level of the canton. So what is interesting for the MOT is that we are outside of the territory, so we can have an overview of the differences, and we try to make like some indicators, some artisanal indicators. Sometimes the data are not completely the same on the both sides of the border, but we try to have like a synthetic indicator to try to analyze the cross-border territory. And what is important for us is also to have the possibility to compare the territories between them, and to have like to have like a benchmark between how is going on the territories, to have the same indicator for one border, and to help them to compare to another border, and to see that it is possible, because sometimes the monitoring is not very used. For example, on the French-Italian border, there are quite new on this thematic, and so we try to compare their territory with German-French border or Belgian-French border, and that is one of our roles, and try to deal with that.
Yeah, thank you. About visualization and map borders not represented as lines, or how to overcome this issue is, I think there are mostly two types of approaches. One approach is that there are various cross-border, transboundary governance entities or bodies responsible for certain cooperation with regard to planning and project management and so on. And so there are these Euro regions, or the European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, the EGTCs, and these are transboundary entities, and then maybe we can take these units as a cross-border areas where harmonization can have a greater role, and instead of publishing and managing data on national level, we should focus, maybe we can focus more on the internal relations and data processing and visualization of these cross-border entities. So on settlement level, on the level, we can think about it. The other way of overcoming borders is to somehow grasp functional areas, cross-border functional areas, based on commuting, for instance, or based on gravitational zones. You can have, for example, the Rayleigh model of gravitational area zones of cross-border hinterlands, cross-border catchment areas of urban centers. For instance, we have dealt with these issues to map these influencing areas of certain towns, and maybe that can be a new delineation, so it's not the state border that matters, but this within the borders of these entities, functional areas, you can do the mapping as well. So a scale. I truly believe that there is no secret weapon here or one size fits all type of answer for it. So my opinion is to try to grasp these processes on the level that is more suitable for the given problem. Let's say, for example, there is a pollution of the Danube River or the Tisa River, which is the salt contamination coming from Ukraine across Hungary and going down to Serbia and so on. So this is the river catchment area or the river basin that can be the frame of data harmonization. But in the case of commuting between two border towns, it's a different scale. If you want to grasp it, so it depends on the phenomenon. Yeah, I would about visualization. Just coming back to this thing, Sesky have developed this so-called EGTC monitor. It's a tool. I will share it with you. It's about visualizing the inner spatial relations. Either on county level, so it's a NUTS 2, NUTS 3 level, or settlement level, from employment rate, population change to various social economic fields where harmonization was possible.
We have to move on.
Yeah, and I think these were my main thoughts.
Thank you very much, Maria and Bernard, for these questions. And just very quick things that we will discuss afterward during the coffee break. Of course, we must be cautious as scientists, and we must probe, not prove, but probe. And I think the question of scales, that would deserve a publication, a paper for the same set of data. We see what's going on at the local level and then at the desired national level, for example. And just a second thing, of course, the difficulty is to have harmonized data, as we all said, and also to articulate, as you said, quantitative and qualitative. And so an idea came up to me, what about the Eurobarometer? Eurobarometer is the same in all EU countries, and it measures, for example, the fear of a neighbor. And it could be interesting to go on. Thank you.
Okay, I'm giving the floor to Catriona online for a question. Please don't take more than 1 minute to raise your question. speak.
Hey, thanks. It's not really a question, more of a comment from the Association of European Border Regions that I'm representing today. So we're very much in the practical application of a lot of these issues, and I just wanted to share that we published a report last year with DG Santé, which was on the specific issue of data on patient mobility in cross-border regions. And one of the key recommendations that we made was taking into account the need for the member states and regions and multi-level arrangements to look at cross-border data sets to be an initiative that could be taken forward in the context of the, I suppose, the Interreg program, first of all, and then secondly, that the whole digitalization agenda in Europe could usefully be expressed in projects at borders involving multiple stakeholders on both sides of the borders who are data owners, to look at the kind of indicators that will actually help to reflect any particular issue of focus in a cross-border functional area. So I suppose it's just to comment that all of the conclusions that I've heard are borne out in the kind of problems that we're seeing with our member regions. And secondly, to say that the idea of data collaboratives, which are both top-down and bottom-up in border regions as projects, and particularly in the context of the European digital hubs, is something that we're recommending. So it was really just a comment. I'm going to leave it at that, and thank you very much for the presentations.
Yeah, and it overlaps completely with what this panel is discussing.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much for this. So I want to close the panel because we're running late. But I also want to tell my colleagues that I think, the problem of harmonization is the number one problem. Whether we do it the way the agencies like SESCI or MOT, trying to work with national agencies and national data sets. I think that's the, if you want, macro computer kind of systems where we will want the, national agencies to agree on common definition for common indicators. Personally, I think we need to work with them, but as academics and as researchers, we should also develop our own data sets. And I think as long as we can develop agreements on defining indicators, like if we can agree on defining indicators across the world the way we have done it with the big database, then they're useful because it's open access, because we have code books, and because we can discuss them. It's not a race between two systems, but it's a complementary system, I think. The one thing that I see is that we cannot be as ambitious as what Mott and SESCI have described. When they talk about data sets, they want 50 indicators per region. We can only have 2 or 3. We have to be extremely aware of this. But the reach of our results will be worldwide across the 700 dyads of the world. Now, I also want to point one thing that I think I'm very grateful to Gregory for this, is that the representation for me is a major issue. And I know we don't have much time to discuss it, but maybe tonight we should take 20 minutes to actually discuss this. The one sentence that I noted, and I want to highlight all of this, is, the big question about, are we making maps to be read, or are we making maps to display features? Echoed by Bernard with the idea of having maps that use one indicator or a compound of indicators, right? So for instance, we could map out, statistical regressions. We could agree that we go quite far in the exploitation of the data, but we need to agree in a way in some standards. So then we agree that we develop collectively across our network and we publish that way, because that's the way we'll be read, So I don't have a choice for this, but I think we should have a discussion on this point. And with that, let's take a 5-minute break and move to the next panel. They're outside. Thanks again.
So, good morning. I don't know if. Yes. Inak, can you hear us still? Yes, okay. We are continuing with session 3. And in this session, we will have 3 presenters. And I would suggest, because we are in quite of a delay, so let's just get started. And our first presenter is Catherine Delacroix from University of Strasbourg. And the title of her presentation, the heuristic truthfulness of the collective analysis of interviews from the regional database for the understanding of migratory phenomena. And I will notify you 15 minutes.
I'm very pleased to be here and to stay with you. And I will present you first what's called the Migreval database. It is a database who includes for the moment, but is growing every day, 200 in-depth interviews lasting from 1 to 3 hours with migrants, including 60 families and 75 interviews with resource persons who are professionals, elected officials, volunteers, or other people from the families indicate as having played an important role in their integration, either neighbors, teachers, friends, and these migrants we interviewed come from all continents and have arrived in Strasbourg and Frankfurt because it's a German-French database, or even in Stuttgart, include from the beginning of the time after the Second War, 1955 till today. 60% of the interviews that are currently in the database are interviews with people who arrived in either Strasbourg or in Frankfurt since the 2010, and especially during what I don't call the migrant crisis, but hospitality crisis. It means between 2015 and 2016. A large proportion of these people have been refused asylum. And then some families in particular were interviewed in association in which they are helped to renew the demand of asylum, or to help them to live with their children, because they are mostly more in France than in Germany, but they are mostly on the street, living on the street. What I want to say about our database, we start with German research, research on international migration on the end of the 90s to gather interviews, long interviews, cross interviews of people inside the same families to see what were their trip from their country of origin to their country of arrival, to see how they get through. And we have built with our colleague, mostly named Ursula Apich from the Goethe University, Lena Inovloki, and other researchers from France. We have built a special methodology named biographical evaluation of policies, how these people from different age, women and men, children, how they go through, which kind of opportunities and difficulties they encountered with the police, with the social services, to learn the languages, and also which kind of country they pass by, all this, and how they could find their ways in the country of arrival. Alors, this database is recorded on a CNRS special place. It is not accessible to everybody. We make collaborative analysis with the researcher, with professional, and sometimes also with the people who were interviewed, to be able to propose some modification in the policies. So it's a way to link researcher and the population concerned by what happened. And we have built on the database a special step, so that when you put an interview, anonymized, of course, and we have also built a special organization to recognize the fact that the people are owner of their interviews, the researchers are owner of the interview. We did together, and we have also an open website in which we show what we do on the research side, how we deal with the municipalities, for example. And I will give you an example very quickly on the way we work with, for example, the municipality of Strasbourg, because they've asked us to make inquiry on the way a person have lived some dispositif. They have asked us to examine, to make an expertise on a dispositif on the integration of Roma families coming from Romania, Bulgaria, in Strasbourg. And they asked us also to gather the life stories, but with a special link on the evaluation of policies, also on new dispositif, to see how the municipality can complete the rights of people who don't seem to have rights, but because they have, for example, children, these children have to be protected. So the municipality gave them quite a number of services so that, and help them to go to the prefecture and ask for rights to stay and rights to work, and also give opportunities to these families to put their children at school. Because in France, contrary to some other countries, the children from 0 till 16 have the right to be at school and to be protected by a place to live in. So the family also benefit from the rights of their children. So I take just one example so that you will see how we work. And this is about this Roma families. And I will also give you some definition of our methodology. So the question was the access of immigrant Roma families to Strasbourg integration policies, and in particular the aspect of the French language teaching, because it is one key aspect of the integration of the population coming from outside and even coming from EU countries. This evaluation is based on biographical interviews of migrants and their descendants who evaluated concrete effects of a whole range of policies, teaching language to newcomers, housing, healthcare, welfare policies, schooling, on their life, and on interviews with professionals concerned. It is crossed. So to take this example, in 2007, the national political context was prejudicial against this population. At that time, President Sarkozy has obliged the cities to gather them in special spaces where the local authorities could control them. In 2008, after the election of socialist mayor of Strasbourg, many Roma families coming from Romania were living in slums. In 2009, the city of Strasbourg decided to dedicate large temporary insertion spaces to the Roma families, where they could first live in caravans that belong to the city and enter a process of integration. In 2018, 130 Roma families, numbering 450 persons, learned French, had got a job, social housing, and their children went to school. An example of testimony, and I will send you afterwards some pieces like that, you could have that. When we arrived, this is a family, a man from a family, a Roma family. When we arrived in 2010, we entered a camping caravan. It was in a central area. We could take shower, have a kitchen, wash our clothes in washing machines. We were immediately in contact with social workers who proposed us to participate in a professional French language course. This man is aged 50 today, got a permanent job and an apartment in social housing after 3 years. The process to be integrated, he says, Carlo, there was a manager and social workers who helped us. They offered me to go for French training of French little by little. I spoke and I progressed. My wife stayed in the caravan because there was another child and the two children were small. Me, when I finished my training, I found work. At work, I continued to train French every Wednesday. The training was by group for 3 months. When I finished my first training, I did not find work. They made me back in the group. In the 4th month, I found work. You have to know that this Roma population, they were not in caravan in Romania. They were already established in apartment there, but there were stigmatization and a lot of violence against them. And so, of course, the municipality of Strasbourg helped them very much, but they had a representation of this population that was not really accurate to their situation. But they did quite a lot of things because they wanted to know in the caravan if these people could have an apartment and also they considered that they couldn't go immediately to an integration formal process. So, for example, they let them beg, beside the fact that they were in trainings. So it was really interesting to see. They say, for example, you do. This was a professional. You do an internship where people come in half times. Since they are not paid, they must have the time to beg in the street, and so they can do well. So it was accepted that there should be a space to go from one situation to another. This is an example of what we do. I don't know. Yes, okay. I have short comments. The evaluation, some critics. In the live interviews, some of them had explained that the process was too heavy and too long. Some did not continue because they thought that the French authorities wanted them to abandon their language and culture. Some were obliged to go back to Romania. Some families whose members were not in the process were a bit jealous. Conflicts appeared in the community. The municipality faces critics from some poor citizens from Strasbourg who considered that the Roma families got too much help from the municipality, and they tried to push the municipality to stop this process with the help of the far right, Front National, Rassemblement National. But these are the critics, but you have the number of people who could have an apartment, a work, a job, and who had children who even went to university. So it was also a success. Why to use, and this is the main key question in which we can see how much this evaluation is important and how much it is interesting to have this kind of database, because it has also an historical perspective in the database. We have testimonies and interviews from people from the 1955 who came in 1955 till now. So we have to think about how many years we have to stop complete access to the information, and consider also how to deal with archives and to deal with the National Historical Museum of Immigration in France and in Germany also. So just to finish, it gives a long-term and intergenerational perspective, because we have life stories from different generations. It enables us to reconstruct an equal power balance and to discover invisible situations and mechanisms of stigmatization. To include also voice of outsiders. And through these narratives, we can understand the multi-layered effects of policy impact, because biographical policy evaluation focuses on the actually experienced effects of the implementation of policy. So I think with these aspects and with also the side effects that I show to you, you can imagine what can be the use of this kind of database, and see how it is important also to make fields and people from different fields discuss together to find a way to have better policies. Okay.
Thank you very much. And our second presenter is Bernard Reitel from University of Artois. And his talk will be about, the title is Estimating the Security of an Internal EU Border Through Trust, a First Approach of the French-Belgian Border. Bernard, I will also notice you when you reach 15 minutes.
Okay.
And
thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will show you a work, scientific work, which was done in this Jean Monnet network, thanks to this Jean Monnet network, and that was done last year by a graduate student, Daniela Galarza Rios, who is now working in a public institution in Arras. So she's not doing research anymore, unfortunately, because she worked very well. So as an introduction, the analysis is based, in fact, on the idea. In fact, the presentation is based on the idea of decent societies, which was a concept invented by Avishai Margalit at the end of the 20th century. And for him, in a democratic society, political institutions are justified to protect individuals from humiliations, and especially from institutional humiliations. So it means that if you have respect for oneself and others, it helps you to have trust in society. Yeah? And in fact, we can reproduce this idea in the field of cross-border cooperation and on borders. It seems that cooperation is also stronger when there is a trust between partners. And of course, in this presentation, I'm considering border more as relations, as a link, than a line in itself. So let's have a short presentation on the Franco-Belgian cross-border cooperation and population density. You have on one side, on the left, you are sorry, it's quite confusing. On the left, you have a map built from the MOT on the cross-border institutions, on the Franco-Belgian border, and on the map on the right, you have the population densities with really two parts. In the western part, in fact, you have a dense system of cities and high densities, and on the east, low densities in the Ardennes Massif until Luxembourg. If we want now to have, what about the question I'm raising? How does this mutual trust materialize on the border? And in fact, the first answer was to imagine a multiscalar approach with three scales. The first one was to imagine relations on national level, so on both territories. The second was to imagine cooperation in the cross-border area, so in a proximity on regional and local level. And the third idea was to imagine something on the line in itself. So three proposals: one, to analyze binational agreements between both states; the second, to make a research on the public bodies, the cross-border cooperation between public bodies; and the second one is about connectivity. What is connectivity? In fact, in the graph theory, connectivity allows us to evaluate the possibilities of linking different nodes, so the poles of the network, and the efficiency of the network is high when there are many possibilities to link the poles. So here, the connectivity of the border is high when you have many links on several networks types crossing the border. So, in fact, we choose only two directions. The first one is about binational agreements, and the second on connectivity, because cross-border cooperation is another field, and it's, as you will see, it's very difficult to handle all the topics. So, first about binational agreement. In fact, the idea was to create a database on this border on treaty and agreements. So it means to take into account all the treaties signed by France with Belgium. And in fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has such a database. So what was the method? In fact, first a general reading was made. We built an analysis grid. I will show you this in a few minutes. Then we selected a list of agreements. In fact, we made a selection of topics. And then Daniela filled several data sheets and made a summary note at the end. So let's have a look on the analysis grid. So you have on the first side, you have the items, then the component of the items and some general remarks. If you look at the first column, you can see the different kind of items, but let's have a look on integration and common objectives, which was very interesting. You can see that we have 5 components, which means we have 5 degrees. Information sharing, which was the purpose of the agreement? Only information sharing? Did they invent or build a device, technical or legal device? Did they build a platform, or did they build something which go further? Did they make mutualization? So it means specialization and complementary, or did they build cross-border public services like the Cerdanya Hospital, for instance, on the Franco-Spain border? So next step was to make a selection of topics. Of course, we selected agreements on security, and you know that in the Schengen agreements, there were creation of bilateral police and customs cooperations between the countries. So we focus really on security, but also because we were thinking about humanitarian, on health, on cross-border workers, because it means the circulation of a population of people, and of course transport, because it is linked to connectivity. I won't enter into details about the results, but we made a synthesis. In fact, on the 438 bilateral agreements, 70 were selected and then consulted, and we have a data sheet for all these 70 agreements. So let's very briefly and very shortly an overview on the on connectivity. So, in fact, for connectivity, more or less, we applied, in fact, the same procedure as for the agreement. So, a grid, an analysis grids and discussions, the selection of the modes of transport, and then a classification. how does it look like? In fact, for connectivity, the first the first challenge, in fact, was to define the type of networks we will select. And it means that we selected the road network, railway network, and on the other side, the waterways, the river network. On the first side, in fact, we wanted also to take into account the bicycle roads and the footpaths, but it was really, it means too much work. And it's very difficult to have a general overview on 620 kilometers. So then we had to look at the hierarchy of all these three networks. You have a hierarchy between the international level, then the national and the interregional, and then the local network. And last, we had to take into account for this hierarchy, to define the hierarchy, to take also into account the traffic capacity, but also the poles and the cities that were connected. So it means that we had to think about the scale. And the last idea was about to imagine, the question, in fact, is, do you have a continuity of the network through the border, or do you have a discontinuity here? So, some general results. If you have a look, well, in fact, you have very good connections when you look at the road networks. It's really amazing. In fact, more or less, you have a road every 3-4 kilometers, approximately. If you have a look on the railway networks, you have a real discrimination, because you only have 4 railway lines crossing the border. One of them is the high-speed train between Paris and Brussels. And when you look a little bit more precisely, in fact, you see that you have 7 lines ending at the border, 6 of them in Belgium and only 1 of them in France. So, and if you are looking more further in your research, it's you see that some of the railway lines, there were cross-border lines that in fact were dismantled during this 30 or 40 last years. So it's sometimes very confusing, because you have some, for some cases, 2 cities which are very close on the 2 sides of the border, like Mons in Belgium and Valenciennes on the other one. There are both middle-sized cities, only 20 kilometers one from the other, and no train connection. And Valenciennes is the seat of the European Railway Agency. Yeah? So it's quite a little bit confusing. So I don't want to come into details. What would be very interesting would be to have a look on the cycle road and the path through the border, because I think if you see that there were a lot of paths, you can also see that the trust is very high, and it during the COVID lockdown, in fact, you know that there were a lot of restrictions on this border, as in many borders in Europe. And especially you had restrictions and some fences that were put on all the roads. But in fact, we know that some people were crossing the border through the pass or through cycling roads. So you see the importance of this network. And the other gap, the other problem of the analysis is that it was not possible to make observations on site because partly we had another lockdown, and Daniela could go one time on site, but in a very short time, so she couldn't make a systematic work. So if we, that's all. So I thought that I had a conclusion that, I only want to thank you for your attention. And sorry for the confusion.
And the third presenter is Wojciech Opiola. And the title of the presentation is a question. Does local quality of governance regions depend on the ethnic diversity? And there's a subtitle, Designing the Index and Creating Database. This is also a joint presentation with a colleague, Bartosz Czepil, who's not with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Everything works well. Okay, thank you, Stephanie. So the topic of my presentation is research question of my completed research project about the possible interdependencies between the good governance, the concept of governance or quality of governance at the local level, and the ethnic diversity. It was the project, in fact, it was my first research project I made without the supervision after completing the PhD. We won a competition in Polish National Science Center and we get funds for this. And we did it in the years 2016 and 2019. I already borrowed a book to Shoukia. So if you will be interested, it is somewhere here. Yeah. But also I will send you the link because the ebook version of it is in open access. And the aim of this presentation, why I decided to put it here is because I hope it is good example of mixed method research, which might be adopted in the border studies. But when we started this research, we didn't know that mixed method research is so difficult, so time consuming and so expensive, and you must have a lot of knowledge. So we did a lot of, how Kasra said yesterday, productive failures, and not only productive, but a lot of failures. But anyway, it was publishable somehow, our results. To acknowledge my colleague, he is not with us, Dr. Bartosz Czepil. We both are political scientists. We both are from the University of Opole in Poland, and our scope of analysis or our case was our region, Opolskie province, which is unique in Poland because it is ethnically diverse. And this book you already can see was published in 2020 by Peter Lang Publishing House. The proper title of the project was Regional Multiculturalism and its Impact on Civil Society and Quality of Governance, a Diagnosis of the Opole Voivodeship. Voivodeship means province. the stage of research. One more thing, because it was mixed method research, very maybe not unique but very new for us. It started with quantitative analysis, and the next stage was the qualitative analysis. Today I will speak only about this part, not how to collect data, but how we can use the quantitative analysis, how we can use database to design the qualitative fieldwork, interviews, ethnographic observation, and so on. So our independent variable was ethnic diversity, which was measured by ethnic fractionalization index. I will tell more later. And dependent variable was quality of governance at the local level in the communes of our region, measured by local quality of governance index. But if ethnic fractionalization index is well known, and we just adopted this indicator, the local quality of governance index was our invention based on some principles of good governance taken from a few sources, and we invented just for our purposes. It was this stage we did, I think, most failures. As our mixed method research, we use the nested analysis concept or framework of Lieberman. It is quite famous approach in a political science, and it is also very simple because the first stage of the research is the quantitative or large and quantitative analysis. In our case, it was not really large because we have only 82 communes in Opole province. And after this preliminary quantitative analysis, after our statistical analysis, we were able to choose 4 cases for in-depth qualitative research, which was fieldwork, the interviews in 4 communes. And then we had some results. Our hypothesis was that the quality of governance will be higher in the communes with higher level of ethnic diversity in comparison to the ethnically homogeneous communes. It was also interesting because the literature about this topic is, let's say, unconclusive. There is a lot of research, a lot of studies with reversed hypothesis that now it's obvious that in ethnically diverse communities, the quality of governance will be worse. But now I don't have time to go deeply into this topic, why we choose this reversed, but it was it was our pre-assumption. If Poland is one of the most homogeneous countries in Europe, it is also important the region of where I live and which we study is most diverse. But most diverse when we speak about Poland, you can see the numbers for about more than 1 million of inhabitants. 895,000 are Poles, 106,000 are Silesians, and Silesians are not recognized national minority in Poland, not recognized by Polish law, and 78,000 of Germans and about 2,000 of Roma people. They are not relevant statistically for our indicator of EFI. What is also important is that there is not very big cultural distance between the national or ethnic groups, except Roma people. So Poles, Silesians, Germans, we are people of the same race, the same religion, the same habits of everyday living. So the cultural distance, it's not very big. What also was important when we created this hypothesis. So the independent variable, which was ethnic fractionalization index, it was taken from the study of Alberto Alesina and his team. He did comparative worldwide research about how ethnic fractionalization index can affect the welfare and the income and so on. So it is just the number of ethnic groups in a community and the proportions of the population of particular groups, which is calculated as a reversed Herfindahl index 1 minus this formula, which everybody who knows mathematics can understand, and I don't know how to translate it properly into English. And what is also important, then this index range from 0 to 1 or to 0.99999. And when zero means very homogeneous population where everybody is from one ethnicity, and 0.999 means that each individual belongs to different ethnicity. In our situation in Opole province, this index ranged from 0.01 to 0.66, and we took data from national census from 2002 and 2011. My presentation, it is not the example of cross-border research because the province is situated in one country, on one side of the border, but the border context is very important here. On the map, you can see the shape of Opole province, which is the border region bordered with Czech Republic, but in our region, there is also a lot of phantom borders or historical borders, because previously it belonged to Germany. After the Second World War, belongs to Poland, and that is also the reason why German minority lives there. What was also very important and why this region was perfect to designing this kind of research is that within one region, you can find both the very homogeneous communes on the western and northern side of the region and heterogeneous communes in east side of this region. And this division is one of the examples of phantom borders, because now the German-speaking population are the antecedents of people who were allowed to stay after the Second World War in Poland, because they could prove the Polish roots. Even if they speak Germans, they were German citizens before the war. They were allowed to stay. When from the western part of Silesia, almost all population of Germans were expelled, and newcomers from eastern Poland came into this place. So it created two different demographical situations, and we have great laboratory to study this kind of variables and interdependencies. This map is about ethnic fractionalization index. The white are the communes homogeneous, and very dark red are the most heterogeneous communes. And one more word, when Roland told about different administrative divisions, so you must know that the commune in Poland, it is not the single village or town. The commune is composed from few villages or one town and few villages or few towns. So it is not just a single settlement. The smallest commune in our study was about 3,500 people. And the second variable, the dependent variable, is this local quality of governance index, which was understood according to the idea of good governance and the set of principles of good governance, which are equality, efficiency, accountability, openness, and participation. And here we must design also some index to quantify and to compare the data. So we decided to compose the index, even if we didn't know how to compose index. We decided to compose it with 25 indicators, 5 for each of the principles: equality, efficiency, accountability, openness, and participations. As we were aware that we are not very good in it, so we decided to take much more than probably we need. We didn't do regression analysis and so on, because we didn't have time and money for this. So we decided, okay, maybe 25 is too much. Maybe we can have reliable data with 5 or 6, but we didn't have time to measure this. Each indicator was recalculated to the value from 0 to 1. And here also is another methodological mistake we know, because some of these indicators were binary, yes or no, 0, 1, and some of them were like values or share from 0 to 1. But altogether it was the index of total from 0 to 25. In our research, the commune with the worst quality of governance scored 6.7, and with the best scored 16.8. And now, and one more, the source of our data were the secondary data, the official statistics, but also we asked the communes and municipalities, we sent them we did computer-assisted web interview to have more data collected. And this quantitative analysis was very simple, because we only calculated the possible correlation between dependent and independent variable. If our hypothesis will be true, then we can, move step forward and test our analysis test our model with qualitative analysis. But if we will not have satisfactory results, we must propose, okay, we can end the project at this stage, or we can propose new model. And it was our case, because as you can see on this graph, there is almost excellent lack of the correlation between ethnic fractionalization index and quality of governance. The line is almost flat. So our hypothesis was not proved on the stage of quantitative analysis. Because we know that there are some factors that could affect the quality of governance, we also measured different possible explanations, like number of inhabitants in commune. And here we see, and we already knew that it will correlate. We see correlation between number of inhabitants. Bigger municipality or commune, better quality of governance, which is already well known in the literature. Even if our communes, our units were not very big, because you see the biggest, it's 25,000 of inhabitants. So still it is small town. This is Głuchołazy on the Czech-Polish border, the best. We also took another indicator or possible explanation, like urbanization index, because in our sample, some of the communes were rural and some of the communes were rural with towns. And here also we see some correlation, but not statistically relevant. But altogether, the urbanization index affects the quality of governance also in this positive manner. More urbanized settlement, the better quality of local governance. We also tried to search within this not perfect good governance index, and we tried to find the correlation between our sub-indexes, as you remember, we had 5 sub-indexes according to 5 principles of good governance, and we have found one correlation only between the participation sub-index and ethnic diversity. So in the diversified communes where Germans and Silesian lived, the participation, the strength of civil society, the willingness to establish NGOs, to work voluntarily together, and so on was bigger. Okay, and the last 2 slides, it is general framework of this nested analysis, where the first you do this large N analysis. Now you must assess if you have robust and satisfactory results. No, we didn't have. So we couldn't test our model and just randomly select cases to qualitative analysis like it is in the path on the left side. So we must follow the path on the right side and propose the new model for qualitative analysis. And in this case, we couldn't randomly select cases from our study. So we decided to choose four communes, and it was I just forgot the word, and I will not be in time because of this. Okay, I will explain it. 4 different cases, as you have marked it here. So we decided to choose one commune which is homogeneous but has good quality of governance, which is marked left top. It was the commune of Paczków. We decided to choose one commune which is ethnically homogeneous but has very low score of quality of governance, and the same with the ethnically diversified communes. We choose one commune where the quality of governance is the best and one where is the worst. And it was the end of the quantitative, of the statistical analysis. Then we go to the field work, to all of these communes, conduct interviews, do some observations, analyze data, and do the qualitative part of our work. And going back to Kasra talk yesterday, yes, it is also some possible usage of the database of quantitative, when we can not just rely on our intuition, but we can use the database first to know, okay, which case will be the best for me to go and do the field work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all 3 presenters, especially that you kept the time. So we have a few minutes for our discussions. We have Jules Soupeau and Shukia Pambe, both are from University of Victoria. So please, your comments, questions.
Yeah.
We can see.
Yeah, everyone can see it? Okay, I wrote it down because I talk a lot. So I just want to keep myself good script, but also it might be easier to read it than sometimes listening to me. So Catherine, I thought that was a really fantastic presentation. And I think it speaks really well to the literature on integration, which I found really fascinating. Particularly, there's a trend in the literature where integration can go one way rather than 2 ways. And so I think that your work can really disrupt that notion, which I just find really compelling. So thank you for that. So because of that, I'm wondering, one of my questions is, how do you define integration? And kind of how do you define integration? And what kind of indicators are you looking for? So that type of thing. And then your example of the Roma family really reminded me of Oliver Baseball's work, who kind of argues that sometimes when you look at human migration, you look for what's measurable or accessible or available, rather than the needs of the people that we're working with. So in your method of biographical policy evaluation, do you kind of make an effort to make visible, the problems affecting migrants or the people that you're meeting with? And then how do you kind of, if that's a consideration,
how do you integrate that into your participant selection or your interviews and your analysis practices? Thank you. Bernard, thank you again also for your presentation. It really, I think, broadened my eyes to something that I didn't know a lot about, so I appreciate it. It made me think of the literature on new racialism by Wendy Ladner and William Walters. We talk about kind of the roles of supranational context of governance. And so I think that your work really kind of expands on that and also kind of adds some complexity, particularly in terms of thinking through internal and external borders. So one thing that I thought was, and trust particularly does that well. So my question to you is, I was really interested on your slide on the objectives. You mentioned that there was one of your, or I think it was a variable, it was looked at the objectives of the policies. So I was curious if you saw any trends in those objectives or any values that were inherent in those objectives, and if you kind of thought about examining those maybe separately or as part of the database. And then Wojciech, thank you also for your presentation. That was really wonderful. I really like that you kind of tied it into Passer's work and was able to kind of broaden the conversations. So my question is a little bit about your methods. I was curious if you did account for cultural distance, and so I'm just also wondering if you considered social relations such as age and race and gender that maybe aren't included. This is my understanding, so tell me if I'm wrong. That maybe aren't part of the EFI index. And then also, do you think about like change over time? So if there's maybe you mentioned World War II, if there's kind of these trends of vibrance or these trends that kind of change things, is time a consideration in the database? So again, thank you to all of you very much.
You want to respond or should I?
Yeah, maybe let's do a first round of questions.
Okay, thank you for your remarks and questions. Of course, the definition of integration is important to do the research and also to discuss with different level of power, from the state to the municipality, and then to see on the field work with the professional and the inhabitants. So I agree completely. And there may be two definitions of integration. In France, there was the definition from the Haut Conseil à l'intégration in the end of the 90s, in which they recognized the fact that integration must be built on a reciprocity of the migrants who comes to France. They come with what they are, with a lot of competences and also some difficulties, and also the city and the country has some rights and also laws to be respected, and so it's a kind of a way to deal with a discussion and reciprocity, and not only on theoretical cultural aspects for the indicators, but mostly on really concrete variables, indicators of integration, about housing, way to find jobs, way to have children in school, way to learn languages. These are really the aspects we are looking for with the people and with the authorities. So, because a lot of discussion on the public sphere is about an assimilation policy, mostly more than an integration policy, and also with stigmatization and false representation of people. And this was really a key aspect of our research on Roma families, because even with the best intention, the municipality has a view on these people that was not exactly what was the reality of these people, because in Romania there was a policy to put Roma in housing, social housing. So they didn't have caravan anymore. So this was really, and they wanted them to integrate. So they were really keen to integrate, and they did. But there was still very strong representation. And on the side of the Roma family, there was also false representation, mostly on what could happen if their children go to school in the French system. Because they thought that maybe the French system will provide their children to learn their family language, for example, or prevent them to continue some aspects of their way of living, you know. So the fact to use life stories and also to use, of course, secondary statistical elements. We mixed methods also in this way, because you asked me also how we did choose the families. This is a key question about qualitative. You know, when you build the guidelines and questions, of course, you have an idea on which kind of situation from the families you want to have testimonies and life stories, but the people who answer yes to be inside the research, they are choosing you. It is not you that are choosing the person in a way, because you have to have persons who are in a good process of integration. Don't have too much problems at that time. This is a key question, but it is also important because you have long-term reflexive analysis, and this is extremely important. Okay, and maybe the problems were to find the persons who accept to answer the research. They must have trust. Like on the treaty, but on another scale, you know. But it is also a question of trust. And we have built, and I will send, I'm sorry, I didn't send materials, but I will send you materials to see how we work, because we have really built a law system to recognize people and like that they are protected. They are the owner of the interviews. We worked a lot with the Strasbourg service linked with the CNIL, and this is really important.
Thank you very much. Bernard?
Yes. Thank you for your comment and your question. Yeah. Maybe we'll have a discussion after that. You will explain me why trust add complexity in the literature, because I think everything is complex today. Very shortly, I will try to answer to your very large question. In fact, when we had a look on these agreements, in fact, if you want to have a more general overview, on one side, but it's quite obvious, all the agreements show a very important will to cooperate. Second, if you look at the 5 degrees I mentioned, sharing information to the construction of real public services, it seems that it depends, of course, of the topic, but more or less, the 4th degrees and the 3rd and the 4th degrees are often reached on the Franco-Belgian borders. Especially in health, you have a real complementarities between amenities on both sides of the borders, because you have several agreements. But it is also the fact with the police and customs cooperation. And what also appears is that, in fact, you don't always have good governance systems, especially on the political in the political part. You only have a few cross-border cooperation governance system. They are very concentrated in some areas. And the last answer is about there was a real difference between the sectors. In fact, very strong cooperation in health, much less, for instance, on cross-border workers. In fact, they are looking to negotiate new agreements because there was a real failure. I don't know if I answer to all your question, but I think the question was quite complex.
They answered beautifully.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for these questions, because these questions I like a lot. Now, I just sent the link to this book where it was published. The first was about the cultural distance. If we take into account some different features of cultural diversity, like distance. No, we were aware of this, that it is very important. This ethnic fractionalization index is this example of indexes which is very easy to calculate, but each index which is very easy has a lot of weaknesses because, for example, it doesn't take into account the distance between different ethnic groups. So it's very different situation of all a region where Poles, Germans, and Silesians are the same race, the same religion, and very similar demography like age or gender distribution, comparison to let's say Brussels with the Muslim immigrants and Christian people, different languages, different social backgrounds, different income, and so on and so on. So we can measure bigger index in Opole than in Brussels, which will not be true because of this.
Can I say something about
distance.
that? I am afraid a bit about that. Because, of course, I agree completely what you said about the indexation and the coordination. There is a complexity, but when you follow people on their life stories, you can see more cultural similarities between, for example, somebody coming from, Togo, and somebody coming from Belgium because they have lived same situation. So use the indicator racial, even if it is sociologically defined, because it's not biologically defined. I think it should be taken with a lot of caution, because it's really something that could essentialize differences, you see. And because you have mixed method, it's very important. You can maybe see if this statistical result correspond to what you see on the field work, and maybe redone afterwards on the quantitative aspects, because I think this is one of the big problems we have. And because of this distance between the reality of the differences and similarities on the public sphere, it is used in a way, a dangerous way. So it is a real question. I don't say that it's not important to mix the method. You are completely right, but we have also to experiment quantitative methods and to put it in question too.
Thank you.
It's just a remark, but
important.
Yeah, but it is also argument that it is important to consider how relevant is the culture, the distance between cultures. What does it mean, this distance? In political science, there is this very, very big argue of Samuel Huntington, Clash of Civilizations. It is important or not?
Of course.
There is
when you start with the quantitative aspect and then you go to the qualitative, also you could also start by some qualitative to build the questionnaire and to build your indicators. So I don't know. I think it has to be.
Anyway, we didn't adopt cultural distance as our measure answering this question, and we don't have a lot of time. So the second was about the changes. We finished our research project before the next census, which took place last year. So we should have already the data about current ethnic diversity in Poland, but still we are waiting for it. So yes, once we will know how are the changes, we will consider to make another round of this research to test our hypothesis again, taking into account this and also taking into account the diversity understood as also influx of Ukrainian labor migrants and Ukrainian refugees, which is very, very big change now in our region. It will change this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Matthew, please.
Thank you so much for making the workshop and presenting your different problem, objectives, and methods that you implemented around your work, and yet with this very strong converging interest for understanding and collecting data on board the impact of all this ethnic diversity. So thank you very much, Professor Delfour, for presenting to us the NICO database. I didn't know anything about it, but it seems like a very interesting method to study the historical and personal experiences of people affected by border violence and evaluating
You speak slowly because it's too fast and I can't understand you. Sorry.
So I didn't know anything about the database, but it seemed like a very interesting tool to study the experiences of people affected by border violence. And I had a question related to what Professor Vettel has told us. Because he talked to us about the cooperation between states, and I wondered if by comparing or by studying Strasbourg and Frankfurt, you had any insight on possible aspects of cooperation, convergence, difference, and different models, and how it could impact people. So if you could talk to us a little bit about that. Thank you so much, Professor Vettel, for presenting us the method that we collect data on the process of cooperation between the authorities across borders in the security and connectivity domains. I have two questions that might be extremely broad, so I don't like to have to reply to both. The first one would be on cooperation versus realism, and if you had any interest.
Cooperation versus realism.
And if you had any interest in taking into account and incorporating the difference of powers and the imbalance of powers between two states and how they can play in the negotiation of an agreement. I'm saying that essentially because I studied the integration of borders between Europe and the rest of the world, and it's very obvious that there is an imbalance of power between Europe and the rest of the world sometimes when the negotiations are happening. So I wondered if it was also something that you can observe within the European Union. The second question would be at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the decency theory, and I wondered if you had a possible connection with the work of Professor Delfour on the effect of cooperation between states and the experiences of people affected by borders. I wonder what you mean, Professor Opiola. Thank you so much for your explanation on the uses of mixed method and exploring the possible interdependence between good governance at the local level and ethnic diversity. That was really interesting, and I was really fascinated by how much you connected choice that you use, the methods that you use with the macro conditions in which your research took place. That was interesting. I have a question of pure curiosity. What is next? I have a question of pure curiosity. What is next? Do you want to change the level of analysis? Do you want to go to another scale of analysis? And if you wanted to take into account historical evolution and trajectory of those governance, if it would be something that interests you. But I think you can already decide that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for these wonderful questions and comments. And may I ask you kindly to please limit yourself in 2 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, very good question about the comparison between the French and German model of operation. Of course, we worked a lot on this because there are very good aspects in Germany and very good aspects in France and very bad in each country. For example, in Germany, of course, when the people arrive, they don't go to the street. They are immediately taken in places where they have a place to live in and things, and they are looked after. But they are obliged to stay in the same place. They can't have contacts with the Germans, no, not very much German contacts. They are not, it's not the camp, but it's not very, and also when the analysis of their case is finished, they are taken back to their country if it is not accepted. Their cases are not accepted. In France, it's quite the opposite. When they arrive, they have to be actors of their own process of integration. They have to find the information. They have to find a place where to go to ask for asylum, to ask for their rights. And it's extremely difficult. There is not enough places to let them live in, even when they have the asylum project recognized. So this is completely different. But if they have families in other parts of France, they can go away and go there. So they are free with their movement. So it depends from how they can be actors or not. And the most difficult aspects in France is the extreme diversity and complexity of the administrative system, and the way to understand the system. And this is much reflected in the interviews. And even in very small aspects of invisible mechanisms in Germany and in France. And we work together with the municipality of Frankfurt and Strasbourg. We make them meet. And so, but I answered like that, I answered the question.
Thank you very much. Bernard?
Yes, if I've well understood your question, in fact, on one side, you think that cooperation seems to be very idealistic. And on the other side, realism would be more, you have to act on a pragmatic way. Is that it? Or
I'm not saying it's idealistic. I'm saying both can coexist, right? There can be cooperation.
Don't speak so slowly, sorry, because it's very difficult for me. I have some problem with hearing and with my ears, and a second when you have your mask. So it's and
I'm really sorry. What I'm saying is that it is not necessarily that it is idealistic. I'm saying both can coexist. And I wondered if you had any interest in analyzing the parts where there is this imbalance of power or balance in interest, and how the particular interest can be pushed in a negotiation.
Yes, of course, you have a balance of interest. You have common interest in most of the cooperation. In fact, you have two types, I would say, maybe more, but two types of cooperation. On one side, you have the European integration process. And then, for instance, the police agreement is really linked to the Schengen area agreement, and this means that the states have to cooperate on and create bilateral cross-border cooperation. So on one side, you have a little bit a top-down approach, and on the other side, the idea is to resolve some problems and to find solutions for the population who is living on the border. So for cross-border worker, it seems to be quite obvious because you have some difficulties when you are crossing the borders. So, and when you have a lot of cross-border workers, of course, both political system has to find common solutions, and health system is very interesting on this case, because in fact you have a kind of mutualization of the services. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No, you're right.
Very shortly, yes, I already answered, but with this research, what we would like to do next, first, it's to validate this local quality of governance index, to make it more solid, to make it maybe not 25, but 10 indicators, which we can use in comparative manner. So the same indicators we will be able to collect not only in Poland, but in Czechia, in Russia, I don't know, in Turkey. So it will be the first step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the discussants as well, wonderful work, and also obviously for the presenters. It was a very inspiring session. And Stephanie asked me to announce that the lunch is served in the main building where we had breakfast. And please gather here, come back by 1:30. So we have very short time. But see you here 1:30 for the keynote lecture.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak not about databases, which is discussed since yesterday, but I will give you some insights on the EU governance of data that you put into the databases. It's quite complicated subject because it is changing all the time. So what I try to do is to give an overview of the problem, and I have used a lot. That's why I quoted the EU Commission website. There are quite a lot of explanations and graphics and all this kind of thing. So maybe it's a bit easier this way. The first thing I want to underline is that data and the protection of data is an individual fundamental right within the European Union. And this is how the story begins for Europeans. The first source of protection is Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects private life of citizens. And in fact, at the beginning of legal aspects of data, the Court of Human Rights was implied and then found Article 8 because nothing really existed and began to protect personal data as a fundamental right. And this movement has been the basis of one important convention, Convention 108 of the Council of Europe, which is the first regulation of personal data protection in the 1980s at the level of the European Union. And as personal data are part of your private life, the basic principle of protection is the principle of consent. Even if we know that for data, it's quite a complicated principle. It's not as effective as it seems to be, but this is the key principle. And you have something new in the European Union, which is the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So the Charter as such is not new, but what is new is that you have an Article 7, which protects private life and personal life, but you have a specific disposal, Article 8, which protects personal data as such. So personal data not as part of your private life, but personal data as such. So it's a new fundamental right, and we will see that it explains a large part of the regulation, which has been developed since the Juncker Commission. Maybe one or two figures. which are important maybe to understand the European context, and which are taken from what we call the DESI, which is the Digital Economy and Society Index that you find on the website of the Commission, and which tracks the progress which are made by the European Union and by each member states in digital development. It is sure that the COVID had played a role in the development of digitalization within the member states, within all the universities, but not only, SMEs and so on and so forth. The Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is the fund dedicated to fight against the post-COVID crisis, gives money dedicated to the development of digital and digital transformation. And the last point also is the Green Deal, because the Green Deal based the climate transition of the European Union on digitalization. So here you can see the three goals which are tracked by the DAISY each year. So in blue, you have human capital, which is the ability of people to deal with digital matters. Connectivity, which is much more linked to network and also to the systems you use for digital applications. Integration of data technology into the everyday life of undertakings, administrations, education. And in purple, you have digital public service. So here you have the European Union, and you see that it's quite difficult. The green one is not as developed as it should be. So the integration of digital technology into the of economy. And then you have all the different countries. You see that Romania has still quite a lot of progress to make, and that Finland and Denmark are well advanced, even if they are not advanced in the same manner for the four goals. I don't know how to look. Does not want to move anymore. Okay. To understand the regulation, which are still under discussions between the European Parliament, Council, and the Commission, we have enacted in the European Union what we call the digital compass. You have the little drawing here. So what is interesting is that all these four goals have to be pursued through legislation, which means skills, infrastructures, business, and public service. And the idea is not to forget one goal. So if you work on public service, you have to think that to get a digitalization of public service, you need to enhance skills of the global population. You also need infrastructure, and you need, obviously, business to propose you the proper networks and the proper applications. So these digital compact will explain this, which is called the 2030 Digital Decade. It is a policy instrument, a sort of policy planification of the European Union. So the idea is that all the technology that you have here at the bases, which goes from 5G to quantum or digital twin, will be regulated by a set of rules that you have here. And you have, for example, the GDPR, but you also have the movement of non-personal data or cyber security rules. All of these rules must be based on a democratic approach, and digital principles based on digital compacts. So the idea is to go into this direction. The problem we have in the European Union is always the same, is that we have to negotiate rules. So, of course, it's not fully coherent, which is pretty normal, because coherence is good, but I don't think that it's so good for legislation. And the second thing is that the European Union does not have the competence to do everything. The European Union is based on the principle of conferral of competencies, which means that it's not a member state, and a member state can do whatsoever it wants, whenever it wants, but this is not the case of the European Union. So the European Union has competence and has to respect the principle of subsidiarity. So it means that we won't have a piece of EU legislation for each problem. So that's why these kind of instruments are important. So one of the important texts which is negotiated, the political agreement has been achieved the last weeks between the three institutions. It is a series of principles which is at the top of the pyramid, the digital principles, which will be published in a few weeks. I will just briefly describe these different principles because they explain how the rules are functioning within the European Union, or how people are thinking this legislation. The main principle is that people must be at the center of digital technologies. So the idea is that the rights of people must be protected, and it explained the GDPR. It has been quite a heavy diplomatic negotiation with the United States, because the United States is just the other way around. As you have nothing to hide, you do not need any protection. This is not the European approach at all. The other thing which is important is that digital technology must support democracy, must be safe. So there is behind the idea of responsibility, which explains, for example, why we have two important texts which have just entered into force: the DMA, Digital Market Act, and the DSA, Digital Service Act, which is the first regulation ever in the world on worldwide platform. The second principle is solidarity and inclusion. So the idea is technology should unite people and not divide them, which means, of course, that you have to work for different ages, not just for the geek of this world, which is quite ambitious if I take my own case. And that on each territory, you should have an access to digitalization services. Freedom of choice, which is central in the European history. So people must have the right to choose, but in a fair online environment, safe environment, and green environment. So the idea is that IT are included into the green European transition. Another important principle, which is a transversal principle, is the principle of participation. So citizens should be engaged into this digital transition at all levels, and they must have the power to control and to protect their own data. So then you find the principle of consent behind it. The idea that your personal data are your property, and even a bit more, it's a bit of your own identity. If you read Article 8 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, And then you have the right to control your data, and it is for you to give your consent for the reuse of your data by other undertakings or even by the administration. Another important principle, which is of the utmost importance with the war in Ukraine, is safety and security. We have a lot of rules which are nowadays negotiated against cyber attacks and cyber war, because we are already into a cyber war. I think it's quite obvious. You have seen that as soon as the European Parliament decided that Russia was complice de terroriste, as it was done last year, adopted last year. It's not a terrorist country, but it is helping terrorist organizations such as Wagner. As soon as they have voted, you had a massive cyber attack on the services of the European Parliament. So it's quite clear from these experiences. Oh, sorry. Doop, doop. And the last principle is sustainability. So digital services or devices should support sustainability and the green transition. People need to know about the environmental impact and energy consumption of their devices. I know that for people coming from the US or from Canada, it does not seem to be such a problem, but we discussed it during the lunch. For Europeans, the problem of energy is a key problem for years, not just for this winter. So I think that's important to have also this principle. On these principles, we have developed a European strategy for data. It has been decided in February 2020, so just before the first wave of COVID, which means that for at least 1 year or 18 months, nobody was really speaking about the strategy of data because of COVID crisis and sanitary measures. So the idea of this European strategy is to have a complete policy program towards data. And I will just give you some insights into one or two important texts. The one on data governance, because I think it's important, and it's important for researcher, and of course the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which has been enacted in 2016 and is applicable since 2018 within the European Union. I just wanted to remind, because I think it's important, we have begun all these legislative actions with the GDPR. And only after we had a regulation that nobody knows, but which is important, on the free movement of non-personal data. This means that the European Union is not against data and against data-driven economy. But the idea is that data-driven economy must be based on the protection of personal data and other sensible data, such as the data you have under the protection of patents or secret des affaires. So nothing it does not mean that everything is protected, but this is the way people are thinking. So the Commission is giving on its website a certain number of examples of data use. It's very important, of course, for the industry, very important for energy. And energy transition, important also for a better allocation of resources, important also for delayed trains. It does not solve strikes, but maybe delays. So you have a certain number of sectors in which data is used to provide new services or to enhance cooperation between member states. So two little illustration of two texts, the GDPR that I think you know because everybody knows the GDPR. I just want to remind that I think that the first undertaking who have applied the GDPR are American undertaking because they could not do without the European market. So they applied the GDPR, even if their seat is in the United States, which means that it is an important text with extraterritorial effects. And this is the means of diplomacy, which is used by the European Union. It's a regulation within the European Union. The regulation is the most unifying text we can have. A directive is much more a question of convergence of national legislation. Regulations, it's a question of uniformization. And it's quite important because this regulation is a reform of a former directive, which had been adopted in 1995 because of the northern countries of the European Union, which were very much in favor of personal data protection. Because of the influence of Germany and France, because France is the first country to have a law on data protection, personal data protection. It has been adopted in 1978, so quite an old regulation. The idea of the GDPR is to develop fundamental rights. So you have a list of, I think it's 11 fundamental rights within the GDPR. You have the right to modify your data. You have the right to be forgotten on the internet. You have the right to take back your personal data. You have a series of rights, and they are all thought as fundamental rights in the spirit of Article 8 of the ECHR. Another important principle is that this regulation must be applied by undertaking established in the European Union, but also by undertaking providing services specifically or heavily targeted the European Union. That's why the GDPR is applied by a lot of non-European undertakings in the world. The cost of non-respect of GDPR is too high, and it is incorporated in most of the economic model of undertakings within the European Union, but also for all the undertakings which are working with the internal market. Why is it so powerful? On the one hand, it's because you have these fundamental rights and that you can go before a national judge and ask for the respect of these rights and attack member states if they are not, of course, in accordance with these rights, all the undertakings. But it's also because you have a specific governance of data within the GDPR. And for me, the most powerful principles that you find is privacy by design, and the other one is privacy by default, which means privacy by design is that as soon as you think about a digital application, you have to think about the protection of how you will protect data. If you forget it, if the engineers forget it, then you lose the game. It's impossible to survive from an economic point of view if data protection has not been thought from the very beginning of the industrial process and from the very beginning of each research. That's why we teach GDPR in all engineering school, for example, because they have understood that it is of the utmost importance to have the right button to protect our right. And privacy by default means that as soon as you have, I don't know, a chat box or something like this, the default function is protection of your personal data. And you have to accept for your personal data to be transmitted, for example, to another undertaking for other kind of tracing or uses. So this specific governance of data, personal data, is very important, not just from a legal point of view, but from an economic point of view nowadays in the European Union. The second important text has been adopted last March, and it is the Data Governance Act, the DGA. It's the complement of the GDPR. The idea is to develop, and I think it's very important for researchers, the reuse of publicly held data. You know that public data must be open data, which means that you have more and more data that you can find on the website of National Assembly, governments, tribunals, I mean, all kinds of administration. The problem, and that's one of the problems you have faced when you have built databases, it is that in certain circumstances you do not find the data you are looking for because some of them are protected and protected by the GDPR because they are personal data, protected also by the Secret des Affaires, protected by patent, protected by a whole series of protection. The idea is that for these protected data, that is all the personal data and commercially confidential data, the principle is to have access to them and the possibility to reuse them under specific EU conditions. Of course, the negotiation was on which rules and safeguards you have to develop to facilitate such reuse of data. So you have the principle is that it is for the administration to provide for a series of technical tools to protect these data, anonymization, pseudonymization, secure digital environment and storage of data, because we know that one of the biggest problems we have with the protection of data is storage of data, and especially storage on the cloud, which is a great idea because everybody knows what is on the cloud. And if you want to get back your data, you always have to consider that even if it's on the cloud, it is somewhere. But the problem is to know where. Because if you want to get back your data and be sure that you really have to get the track of data in your hands, then good luck if it's on the cloud. Because you will never find them physically. And if it's an undertaking which does not exist anymore in the heart of Indonesia, you can be sure that your data will be exploited by everybody everywhere in the world. So that's why this question of security is also very important on the storage of data. The principle is that all the data which are publicly held must be accessible for the public and for other reuse by undertakings or by researchers and so on and so forth. If there is no access to data because you have, for example, patent on the data, then the principle is that you can get an assistance from the public sector to obtain the consent for a specific reuse of data. So the member states will have to help you to negotiate with the owner of the data to obtain consent and to be able to use the confidential information. it is obligatory to go through this procedure of negotiation for trade secrets. The regulation also limits the possibility to use exclusive contracts of exclusive reuse of data, because this is too restrictive. And it also provides that access can be negotiated through a fee that you will have to pay, but only if it's what we call in EU law reasonable fee, which means that you will have to cover the costs, but not more than that. So it's important to get an effective access on this kind of data. In addition, you have a specific procedure, which means that if you ask for the possibility to reuse confidential data, you must get an answer within 2 months. And it's possible for the member states to build competent body to deal with this kind of demands. It's also for the member states to organize a transparent way for people to know what they have to do to reuse public-owned informations. And the idea is to organize what is called in the European Union a single information point. So you will have someone specifically dedicated in each administration for this problem, and you just address your request to this person and not to 25 different persons in 25 different ministries. So it's quite efficient in other sectors. I guess it can be for this sector also. DGA provides also specific governance for what is called data intermediaries. So the idea is to go just the other way around from the data, the platforms such as the GAFAM, which are called now the Magma, or the Chinese ones. The idea is that these intermediaries must be neutral and must act as trusted intermediaries, so to guarantee full access to the public-owned data. The DGA also developed what is called data altruism. So data altruism is that you accept to give your personal data to help a public interest. So I gave you one example, which is the German Corona-Datenspenden app. So with this app, you can collect all the health data, which is collected by your watch. So just be careful that these data are personal data and sensible data. So normally you should not give them to everybody. And the idea is that you accept that your blood pressure, temperature, all these kind of things can be registered and reuse to detect as soon as possible a COVID-19 hotspot. So I don't know how far efficient it was during the sanitary crisis, but the idea is interesting. And the idea is to develop this kind of altruism with a specific procedure that you have on the slide. The last thing is, and it will be in 2 minutes. It's the creation of the European Innovation Board. It has just been created by the European Commission to facilitate all this governance. So we will have good practices codes and the circulation of a certain successful experiences. And also the development of data altruism and interoperability standards, which will be of the utmost important. specific governance will also be applied to public-owned data if they are transferred in another member state. So if you send public-owned data to the United States or to Canada, then you will be bound by the regulation, and the transfer is possible only if the you have the same level of jurisdiction protection. So it's what we have with the personal data, and it will be also applied to all public-owned data. So, for example, I looked on the website of the CNIL, which is the French authority in charge of the protection of data protection. Canada is not a green country; it's a yellow country because the level of protection is partial one. So you can see on the website why it's a partial one, and it can forbid a certain number of transfer because we will consider that the level of protection is not high enough. This is applicable also for the data we can use as researcher. Of course, the idea is that for researcher, they will have the opportunity to use and to reuse this data, but under the condition of the GEA. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions or comments, do not hesitate.
So we have about 10 minutes for questions. Maybe we take a couple and then you address. Ben? Oh. Do you have a question? Oh. We have about 12 to 15 minutes for questions and discussion.
I had no idea it was done. I had no idea the system of data protection was that. And also, but I suspected that it would be. It turns the responsibility. It takes the responsibility away from the data user.
Yeah.
And also because it has what you call this fundamental bias for data. So data in itself is
personal data.
Personal data
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
But it has implications that we have never encountered. Maybe personal. My question is more about the implications for research. Has it changed the way we collect, for instance, people who interview in Europe, people who interview not public figures, but let's say minority populations? Is that changing the way they collect information? We had an example this morning.
Yeah, because it must be GDPR compatible. So it means that very concretely, if you in an interview, you interfere with personal data, you will take personal data, such as not just the name, the age, but also the origin, the level of income, this kind of informations. Then before the interview, the people you interview must sign a specific authorization, which is not just a small disposal in a bigger context. It must be separate. And the same thing if you use internet, you must provide for such protection. So yes, it has changed practices because it's new things that you are that you will have to do, and it will also have an impact on the storage of data, for example, because you can't use cloud provided by Microsoft, to say it very frankly. This is something which is not authorized anymore because it's too open. It's not secure enough. So you can use for a certain number of data, but for example, at the University of Strasbourg, what we try to promote is that for researcher using either personal data or confidential data, it's to store this data into the data center of the university, which is secured at the European level. So it's not possible just to do it on your own computer without any problem. So it has far-reaching consequences.
When you do an ethics application for research, you are thinking about the ones by subject us. We are protecting, we are asked to protect all of the data that we collect from people. Right?
Yeah.
But with this legislation, people don't even have to apply for an ethics protection because the legislation already mandates that you have to act according to the standards.
Yeah.
How do researchers, know about because in our case, every time you apply, for instance, you're asked to submit a list of questionnaire and how you approach, just thinking about eligibility, for instance.
Yeah.
But it can be non-eligible, be very disenfranchised population, minority groups, donors who discuss this. How do you proceed then at university?
In each organization, so each administration, undertaking, or university, we have what's called a DPO, Data Protection Officer. So it's someone, most of the time with technical competences, but also a little bit of legal reasoning. And it is for this DPO to spread the information. So the DPO will organize specific session of formation so that everybody understands what is behind the GDPR, what are the obligations, and how you should proceed, and what are the guarantees which are offered by the university. So, for example, in Strasbourg, we have a map of the risks in the use of personal data, and to each risk we have a specific process of securization. And if, for example, I had personally the experience with the health authorities with the COVID test, because they securize this kind of data on a specific database, and they had a problem, and for 20 days they used something else, and the personal data have been hacked. So the idea is that every user has been personally informed by a mail, which was written by the French authority, explaining what type of information have been stolen, when was it stolen, by whom. So we know it was someone in Indonesia, but we did not have any other information, but apparently it was a website in Indonesia. And then you had a whole series of recommendations of why is it dangerous, what you should do with your banking account, with your security account, with all these kind of things. So it was a long mail, very detailed, which was given quite a lot of information. And if it happens, then it is for the universities to find how not that it does not happen a second time. Otherwise, if you don't do anything, you can be fined by the CNIL, and it's quite heavy amount of money. So for the moment, they have concentrated their control on undertakings, but we know that it will be also on university because we use a lot of personal data. And for example, now it's impossible to put on a wall, for example, the results with the name of students. It's completely forbidden. And you have two other things, that you have to store the information for a certain amount of time, not for your entire life. And you have the principle, and it's important also when you collect information, it is that you must ask data which are necessary for the treatment you want to have. So it's impossible just to collect every sort of data because just you have the opportunity to make an interview, so you try to. This is strictly forbidden, and I think that this principle will have far-reaching consequences.
We have time for one, maybe two more questions, but maybe we can collect a few and then give Frederic the final word. If there are no questions, we have an extra 5 minutes to grab coffee before the next panel.
You can have a coffee without too much of a hurry.
But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to assist to this last session of the day. So we will have 3 presentations. The first one is a presentation of Maria Pinsk-Gauthier for University of Toronto. The title is Building a Database, Developing Indicators and Collecting Data. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So you can probably tell I have changed my title. It was an iterative process as I developed the talk. I changed the title. Anyway, so today I just want to talk a little bit, sort of making more concrete what Ben and Kazra talked about yesterday about, how we're designing the indicators and building this database. And so I'm going to give you what have we actually done? What does it look like? And how can we use the data? And we're really interested always in developing new indicators and collecting new data. So I wanted to give a few sort of concrete examples of just how powerful this can be when we have full data sets to work with. As a little refresher, so the goal of the database is to create a systematic and comprehensive database on European integration across internal and external border dyads from the perspective of human to military security. So the database that we have is a relational database. So it's a set of different data sets, tables that are all connected to each other. And in the parlance of database management, we refer to them as primary and foreign keys. But basically what it is ID numbers that connect each dyad partnerships, so say France-Spain or France-Luxembourg, through our different data sets and the different aspects of the dyads that we're measuring. And so far we have, I think I told Ben 167 yesterday, but I've written 166. So I'm not sure which is the right number. And as well as that, we also have 39 EU to non-EU member states. So these are mostly from the IBM data that Jules has been working on. But it's basically agreements signed between the EU as a whole and then some nation state that is not in the EU. And we're currently working with 10 data sets that are uploaded, and there's 5 to 7 that are currently in process at the UVic team. So it's rapidly growing. Oh, did you just do that? Oh, I thought that somehow I'd done it magically. So this is what actually makes it into the code book, how we're designing our variables. And our indicators. So we have our justification and uses and limits in design. And so those come from theoretical frameworks, justifications, proposals that have been written by largely grad students so far who are proposing new indicators. And so these are useful both in sort of cementing the indicator, justifying what we're doing, providing definitions of the measurements that we're using. And then as we move forward, those will become part of the front end of papers about these data sets and indicators. So as a kind of a concrete example, I don't expect you to read that. It's very small. But this is just one of the indicators that we're working with. They're the data sets on EU membership. And so to zoom in on the next slide, as you can see, we've got the indicator with the 4 variables that are part of it, a note about how it's designed, when it should be updated, how it's used, and what the limits are. And then obviously also
transparency, we include all of our sources. So all of the undergrads we have working for us who are collecting data on the day-to-day basis, they keep massive Google documents full of every source that they use and it's annotated by what they're using it for. Okay. Next slide. Oh, you're so speedy. This is what the database looks like, more or less. I mean, in the program, obviously, it's not quite so pretty, but this is how it works and how they're all related to each other. So there's 10 tables, and each of these tables represents a data set with all of the associated variables. And the green lines are, yeah, you can see those, right? Yeah, the green lines are connecting the dyad IDs to each of the other tables that have different kinds of information about those dyads. And then the blue lines connect to the EU dyads, so like the IBM external dyads, and they're connected to each other through just like another smaller data set that I called externality or something. Anyway, but it tracks the connection between those. I think it's very exciting and cool. So how can we use this data? You know, what do we do with it once we collect it? And so obviously we can just use descriptive statistics, look at, you know, you can select out how many countries with this characteristic are also found under this label. And the magic of the relational database is that it allows us to pull across, you know, our thread, our row, our dyad through multiple data sets, looking at where it fits in sort of across the pictures. But once we have all of this numerical data, there's a lot more you can do with it at different levels of complexity. So these are just a couple examples that I worked up very quickly. A lot of these are fairly intuitive answers, but it's still good to actually ground our answers in data. So next one. These are just proportions that I calculated. So out of our entire data set, you know, we have, this is using the foundations data set and the EU membership data set. So pulling across those two, we can see that, you know, 48% of internal dyads are both in the Eurozone, and 82% of internal dyads have both member countries in Schengen. But then we can take it up a level and start to do inferential statistics, right? So this is a chi-squared test, which is just a simple measure of association between two categorical variables. And then this one finds that there is no relationship between being a maritime boundary and being disputed. Okay, continuing. So here I've tested whether dyads that come about by independence are younger than ones that don't. And I ran an ANOVA test on these variables, and it's not significant, there isn't. But again, it's data from different data sets. So I've got disputes and conflicts and foundations. And here, just bringing it up another level, right? We're doing t-tests, looking at the difference in means between two groups. So mean level defense spending between countries. What did I do it? Oh, internal and external dyads, that's what it is. So internal dyads are the one there. Yeah, the second graph here. And so it looks like there is, you know, a smaller difference in the spending because it's more concentrated towards the zero side. But again, we're actually finding that there is not a significant difference in how much these countries are spending on defense. And then the last example that I put together is a logistic regression, just for fun. And so this is the regression of Schengen membership on being an intra-dyad. And so the first table there are the regression coefficients, and then I ran the predicted probabilities using that. And so we can say now with certainty from our data that a dyad where both countries are members of the EU is 80% more likely to be both Schengen members. Yeah, that's all I've got. Just some, planting some seeds of things we can do with the data once it's collected. But thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next presentation, Karen Beck from Victoria University. And the title is Theoretical, Logical, and Necessary Consideration for the Construction of Data Sets on Cross-Border Indigenous Nations and Territories. Or is yours?
Okay, excellent. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel. Thank you for attending today. My name is Shaukia. I'll be going over, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'll be going over kind of our Indigenous nations and territories data set. So it's like a little bit different than what we've been talking about so far over the last 2 days, but hopefully you'll find it interesting. It's not necessarily EU focused, but again, I hope that you'll be engaged with this. So I've structured my presentation on the screen. We'll be talking about kind of the research agenda and what kind of knowledge we'd like to create. And then followed by that of why this knowledge is important and what kinds of data we're collecting. And then we can kind of conclude with some preliminary results that we've gotten from our pilot data set. So historically, sovereigns' control over territory, mobility, and political membership has been a key instrument to exercise political authority over people. These policy areas follow and take for granted the logic of Westphalian sovereignty, and this is exactly kind of what we want to challenge with this database. There are approximately 476 million Indigenous people living in 90 countries around the world. All of these people confront the daily realities of having their lands, cultures, and governments and authorities simultaneously attacked, denied, and reconstructed by colonial societies and states. So many Indigenous people refer to the border as an imaginary line. This refers to the fact that it's colonially constructed and imposed, and it doesn't necessarily represent their notions of place or belonging or community. However, the border is a colonial and political legal dividing line, and it has very real impacts and is maintained through very violent means. So to provide some examples of how Indigenous people are impacted by borders as colonial regimes, folks at the border are heavily questioned, detained, and their ceremonial items are searched and sometimes seized, which is entirely against traditional laws and protocols. Some sacred items are not allowed to cross the border. So an example would be bark at the Montana-Alberta border. They no longer have access to sacred sites along the border or on the other side of the border if they're unable to cross for any reason. Borders also impose restrictions on movement, especially through remote control systems like ID, passport, and visa requirements, which close off or limit traditional practices such as hunting territories or cross-border relationships, trade networks, and pilgrimages. So that's to say the borders don't not only impose material barriers in separating cultural groups and access to resources and limiting movement, but they also enshrine settler territorial logics in the political imagination. And so I think that the examples I presented, along with what's on the screen, really helps us think about how borders not only act as a boundary to Indigenous people accessing their territory, but it's really a way of supplanting and mapping over traditional sacred social, legal, and political orders, which include lands, sites, animals, and relations. Our database really aims to kind of fill this knowledge gap, primarily through quantitative data collection. And so our intention is to really trouble the existing idea of borders in relation to just nation state sovereignty and territory, and really paying attention to how borders are experienced, resisted, refused, and refuted by Indigenous communities. So in taking up this work, I think it's really important to state my own positionality. On my father's side, I'm Frisian, which are a group of people who are separated between the Netherlands and Germany. Additionally, in my home in Victoria, I'm a white settler on Lekwungen territory. So my relationship to this work is both personal and political, and I think that compels me to do this research, and I try to do that in a responsible and ethical way. So scholars of Indigenous and related studies suggest that most research can be considered violence committed against Indigenous lands, bodies, and memories. Linda Tuhiwai-Smith goes as far as to say that Western research has been implicated in, quote, the worst excesses of colonialism. So these feelings of mistrust stem from racism that undergirds colonial bureaucratic and institutional practices that have worked to delegitimize Indigenous peoples' rights, experiences, and knowledges within the academy. So suffice it to say, we do not want to perpetuate or reinscribe these kind of colonial practices within our own research work and our creation of the database. And I also would like to kind of highlight that research methods are also not our only concern, but though they are listed on the screen, some examples. So limited considerations of community outputs and impacts are also a feature of colonial research. Research has also been used and implemented in ways that serve to advance the politics of colonial control. And so all this is to say that researchers like us need to really consider not only our own benefits, but also how the knowledge that we produce could be used, whether that be for harm or for good. And so moreover, researchers need to consider not only how their work is renderable to other research and policy communities, but also how, in what way, and in what form this information can be accessed by local community members and rights holders. So in our data set, we really seek to kind of address these ethical concerns by privileging Indigenous self-determination, sovereignty, and relationship to land and space. We do this by grounding our research rationales in ongoing resurgent and legal actions such as the International Tribal Border Alliance, Jade Treaty Alliance, and supporting data collection that aligns with policy needs pursuant to UNDRIP Article 36. Moreover, our research data is primarily sourced from Indigenous nation-produced materials, and all of our justification for all of our indicators is grounded in Indigenous knowledge and theoretical frameworks. So again, in taking seriously these ethical implications, we wanted to conduct research that privileges Indigenous voices, experiences, knowledges, reflections, and analysis. So this includes working with Indigenous paradigms, Indigenous cosmologies, worldviews, and philosophies as key theoretical frameworks from which to enact anti-colonial work. So for us, creating a database on cross-border Indigenous nations and territories means grounding our theoretical framework and indicator justifications in really holistic and fulsome understandings of Indigenous territorialities and nationhood. So the vast literature conceptualizing Indigenous territory argues that Indigenous territories are configured through multiple histories, cultures, knowledges, skills, labors, and habitations and intimacies. And from the quote on the screen, you can see that these understandings of territory are really incompatible with state practices. According to Kevin Brunel, Indigenous nationalisms constitute a more profound sense of Indigenous political life than colonial rule and settler state boundaries would ever permit. Similarly, Audra Simpson calls this form of nationalism nested sovereignty. So where, like Indigenous bodies, Indigenous sovereignties, and Indigenous political orders prevail within and apart from settler governance. So for our work in conceptualizing this database and determining what kind of functions we would like this database to serve, we feel that pushing for a more expansive account of nationhood and territory isn't just about like a diversification of perspectives, but also a deeper unraveling of those dominant narratives themselves. All right. So yesterday we heard about the data sets or databases that are kind of date-based or dyad-based. This particular data set is Indigenous nation-based, and it really relies heavily on the relational capabilities of the software that Maria was talking about earlier in order to kind of connect the different indicators and variables that we have operational. So to briefly summarize what this means, on the screen you can see maps of Canada on the top and then the US on the bottom. And that's what's mapped on the screen is federally recognized bands and tribes. So bands in Canada, tribes in the United States. And so in kind of the indigenous nationhood sense, these are not indigenous nations in and of themselves. But bands and tribes instead are colonial government created ways of recognizing and delimiting indigenous governments and authority. But many bands can make up a nation or can be part of the same nation. So an example of that is on the screen with the Tsuut'ina Nation. So they have two tribes in the United States. They are Kootenai Tribe of Idaho and then the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And then there's 4 bands in Canada. So the Lower Kootenai, Asquiniks, Siam, and then Tobacco Plains. So again, in the database, indigenous nations, so that would be Tsuut'ina in this example, is kind of our principal point of data collection. And so in reference to nations, we collect traditional territory names, language groupings, rough citizenship numbers and demographics, which we get through tribal and band enrollment data, and then reserve and reservation locations, as well as their proximity to borders. So our data collection really has begun with North America, and we're currently collecting data only in reference to federally recognized bands and nations, or bands, I should say, and tribes. There are 3 primary border regions in this context. So the US-Canada border along the 49th parallel, as well as then Alaska, and then the US-Mexico border. And so these regions and their information will be linked through the existing dyad codes, kind of which Ari was talking about and presenting yesterday. And so they'll kind of link to the other database in that way. So as you can see on the screen, we've determined that there are 692 Indigenous bands in Canada, 587 tribes in the States, and 70 Indigenous pueblos in Mexico. So again, bands and tribes are not Indigenous nations in and of themselves, but often many bands kind of make up a nation or can be part of a nation. So we measure if Indigenous communities are divided by a border by determining if they are part of a nation that has bands and tribes on either side of an international border. So far, we can tell that 378 bands, settlements, and villages in Canada, which makes up approximately 55% of bands, are members of nations that are bisected by a border. This is true for the US at 111 tribes, or 19% of all tribes. And then for Mexico, federal recognition works very differently. So instead of kind of using that metric, we say there's 70 recognized Indigenous pueblos, meaning nations, that are bisected by groups. So then we counted that there's 24 distinct communities, so like geographical locations, but those are part of 5 nations, making that 7% of all pueblos or all nations are bisected by borders. So now on the screen, there's a graph of all the nations that we've counted so far that are bisected by borders. The chart shows the amount of recognized bands or tribes and color-coded based on what side of the border they are located on. Those bands or those tribes, I should say. And so there are nations that span the US-Mexico border, Canada-US, and then Canada-US-Russia. If anyone's interested, I can return to this and kind of go over the exact numbers, but I don't want to get into it right now, I suppose. So I kind of also want to highlight on the bottom of the screen, there's the Apache Nation. It's 3rd from the bottom. So I'm including it on this list because I want to show a limitation in our current methodology. You'll notice that it only has a light purple bar, indicating that all of the members are in the United States. So from other sources, we know that there are community members of the Apache Nation that are in Mexico, but Mexico does not recognize the Apache Nation as existing within Mexico. And so what do we do with that situation? This isn't necessarily an altogether uncommon situation, so we'll have to find a way to move forward and address it, kind of leading on from here. And I also point to this example because it indicates kind of a way in which we're trying to do 2 things at once in our data collection. So one of those things is to kind of note and code colonial spatial legal identities and rights, which are important for both analyzing how nations actually function and control interactions with borders, and by nations I meant nation states, but also how they serve as possible avenues of challenging and existing regimes. And then also not holding any of this as the only way of understanding Indigenous territory political membership or nationhood or border experiences. We want to avoid inadvertently reinscribing colonial authority or singular claims to space or jurisdiction within our work. So again, this is all an iterative process, and we're figuring out how it works. So kind of I mentioned that we're trying to do 2 things at once. And I think that really speaks to our goal of having kind of an expansive database. To do this, and to that end, We're also using GIS software to determine which indigenous communities are within 100 miles of the border or a coastline. So this is for two reasons. One of the reasons is that the legal limit in which US Customs and Border Protection have jurisdiction and overriding authority is that 100-mile limit. So it's useful in that legal sense. And then the second reason is that it's a way of determining proximity and being attentive to cultural concerns. So as I mentioned, we're measuring if indigenous nations are bisected by a border by determining if they have bands or tribes on either side of the border. But there's also nations who do not have distinct membership on either side of the border. So I've included a map of Coast Salish territory. And so as you can see, there's not necessarily nations that are bisected by a border, but they do have kinship, trade, sacred social, or economic relationships that cross the border and cross those boundaries. So an example of this type of situation would be the Tsleil-Waututh Nation who paddle across the ocean to visit, or the Pasqua who run 400 miles on a sacred pilgrimage. So these are the types of cultural activities that also require border crossing, even if they aren't crossed by a border in and of themselves as a nation. So we need to find ways to be attentive to this as well. So yeah, using even North America as a pilot, we've kind of started seeing a few trends in the data that I thought I'd mention. We're able to see that quantitatively borders cause material dispossessions. So an area that we can see that is in terms of border infrastructure or displacement of indigenous nations. So we're thinking here about walls, barriers, or areas determined to be too secure to be accessed by community members. Additionally, the scale is really important that we're seeing. Based on the amount of nations that we're counting, we're seeing that these are far from being isolated cases. And really, there are many nations and many people who are being bisected by borders. And then finally, another theme that we're seeing is that Westphalian regimes and policies of citizenship operate to undermine indigenous sovereignty. So according to, and we're seeing this really in our membership data. So according to international human rights, nations have a right to determine the citizenship of their own nation. And so from our data on membership, we can see that in Canada, band membership is determined federally rather than by the nation or by the First Nation. And so that's different in America, where tribes have the right to determine who their citizens are. However, these decisions, even in America, have no implications on American citizenship or who's decided to be an American citizen by the US government. So what this really means for tribes is that there's many cases where they've extended nation citizenship to their relatives who live outside of the US, meaning that they can participate in government processes, they can vote for elected officials, they can receive services that are provided by the tribe. But if the US refuses to, the US refuses to recognize that these people are the same, or that they are US citizens. And so they often prevent them from moving freely within their own lands or attending to these aspects. Additionally, answering questions about citizenship at the border can be a really political moment for Indigenous people. If a tribal member declares citizenship to their nation rather than US, Canada, what have you, it can often result in extended delay or intensive interrogation. So that means that rather than by any cultural or social ties to their Indigenous community or culture or homeland, the imposition of ID requirements or citizenship requirements at the border necessitate that Indigenous people identify themselves solely based on their political legal relationship and identify with settler nationalities and citizenships, and perhaps most importantly with those state borders and with those security regimes. So thank you. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation. If anyone needs any references or wants me to go back at any data, I'm happy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Sophia. Last presentation will be by Jules Soupeau from University of Victoria. The title is Constructing a Dataset on EU External Integrated Border Management Beyond Policy Evaluation Constraints.
Thank you, Mr. Muir. So I'm going to present one of the indicators I contributed to creating as a part of my work for the big database. And I worked on a specific policy or principle of the EU, integrated border management, which I will refer to from now on as IBM. I anticipated maybe you were not that interested in the concept, so I intended this presentation to take a broader perspective and discuss the importance of I wanted to take a broader perspective and discuss the importance of looking beyond policy evaluation concerns. And I hope it echoes some of the questions that you may face when trying to collect data on borders, on Europe, and any type of policy. So this is the plan of my presentation. I will begin by trying to define IBMs and provide some of the elements of the history. The EU doesn't really provide transparent reports and data on its activities and the impact of its policies. So it is difficult to evaluate what the implementation of IBM is actually doing on the ground. This is a classic question of policy evaluation, but we also have a limited idea of how IBMs are changing borders. So we have no idea of how they impact people, and people are dying by thousands because of the European border regime. Yet IBMs are becoming the new international standard, and I hope that our collection of data can help have a better and more critical understanding of these policies. And I will end this presentation with a discussion about the past, present, and future indicators that we worked on and their potential for conducting rigorous and critical research. Before I start being critical, I would like to thank Emmanuel for his trust and support, and saying that I was critical and radical yesterday is the greatest compliment. Now I also like to use that as a disclaimer because yes, I have a critical approach to borders as a scholar, but I also have some experience in the network of solidarity with our borders, and this is the position from which I'm working. You may have heard of cross-border governance, cross-border cooperation, smart borders, coordinated border management. Wherever you are on the planet, borders are getting rebranded. IBM is one of those concepts. It is a model of border management aiming at improving cooperation and coordination between all actors, public, private, national, international. But this is not exactly specific to IBM because the other terms I just mentioned describe similar features. So if we look at the objective, the EU Parliament has defined them as follows: to manage the crossing of the external borders efficiently and address what they call the migratory challenge and the potential future threats at those borders. So the keywords to remember are cooperation between all of our governments, agencies, public, private, the facilitation of circulation, but not for everyone because migration is directly associated with terrorism and criminality, and efficiency and effectivity. The definition, again, is not so different from other terms. So what makes IBM special is its historical development. Europe and the Western world have created borders as the cornerstone of the international system and as an imaginary principle of stability and equity between sovereign nations. I say imaginary because obviously, as Ari and Sharka just mentioned, the development of European borders is a history impossible to tell without mentioning how European states have at the same time conquested and colonized almost the entire globe. So this is why I have this quote from James Tully, which I think is a good quick summary of the question. As I was saying, what I think makes IBM very specific compared to other forms of border management is not in the objective or the definition, but in the history of the concepts, along with the development of EU institutions. So this is, you see, a quick chronology that summarizes the solidification of IBMs as a principal functioning of the EU. In 1992, the European Union has its modern form. Title 6 lays the ground for cooperation in external border and control and mentions the objective of creating an area of circulation within Europe, which was a priority of the time. But at this point, the EU has only 12 members, and all of them are from Western Europe. In 1999, the EU takes into consideration the possibility of having new members coming from the former Eurocopter bloc. And as I've read some of the work of policymakers of that period, it is fascinating to see how badly they wanted to integrate the states to confirm the attractivity of the European model, but also how much they were scared by what they considered to be underdeveloped and corrupt Eastern Europe. In this context, the European Council called for the implementation of coherent and efficient control of the external borders, concerned with the possible risk of illegal immigration, transborder criminality, and human trafficking. It is, however, at this point unclear which agency will be implemented the task, and member states are still very reluctant to let the EU manage their borders. In 2004, the EU creates the European Agency for the Management of Cooperation at the External Borders. It has very limited funds and competency because the EU doesn't really want to provoke the member states. 2007, IBM became a principal functioning of the EU, but still no agency is formally in charge of it. Things finally become clearer in the aftermath of what is called the 2015 refugee crisis, while people are dying by hundred on their way to Europe. And it's partly due to the Syrian war taking a U-turn with the American intervention. Not so many people are actually going to Europe, but enough to create a peak in the numbers. The EU head commissioners makes a proposition for member states to welcome and share an equal number of refugees. Most European states are hostile to the idea. You may remember it was the period where we also started to have media coverage of the violence perpetrated by the European border region. But rather than calling for solidarity, the European government, including the French, German, British, and Italian ones, chose to call for a stronger, more violent border region based on the cooperation between member states. As a result, in 2016, the agency I mentioned earlier is rebranded into Frontex with an increased budget, manpower, and more competencies. Frontex became the one agency officially in charge of the external IBM in 2016. This is the end of my chronology. But is this the end of the development of IBMs? Absolutely not. There's still a work in progress. They have changed the European border region, but it is also a concept that has changed over the last years. The normal mechanism to reach Frontex deal with IBM is the working agreement. You have one on the screen. Those are international legal treaties signed between Frontex and 18 non-European countries and 2 coalitions of countries. But they remain a very complex concept because next to the IBM working agreements, Frontex has also in the last 5 years introduced other mechanisms. And I won't go into detail about it because Frontex considers them as unachieved IBM. But the thing to remember is that the IBM was not a response to the Schengen Agreement and the freedom of circulation. It was a reaction from Western European states to the possibility that the so-called underdeveloped and corrupt Eastern Europe states would join the Union. Alternatives to Frontex and solidarity mechanism have been multiple times proposed, even within the Union. The states have chosen violence and militarization with no fear for human lives as a contribution of the history of Western imperialism. And member states who used to be reluctant to transfer their border sovereignty are now increasingly willing to cooperate because they fear even more what is beyond the borders of Europe. And I think this story tells you more about IBM than the policy definition I gave you in the first part. Now we're going to talk about the lack of data transparency, which is an EU problem in many regards, including democratic concerns. But usually for researchers, a lack of data also means that we have work to do. It is interesting that the EU and Frontex do not tell you anything about what is done after a working agreement is signed. For example, how much budget is attributed to the EU agreements between Canada and Frontex or Azerbaijan and Frontex? What operations have been done following the agreement to comply with the objectives? There's no report, no data, no policy evaluation available. And we have researchers who interview EU officials, but end up with contradictory numbers and information. And if you spend enough time reading EU reports, sometimes you will find a mention that IBM are so efficient as demonstrated by the number of people arrested, but it is never clear if there is a direct causality between what the IBM is doing and the results that they mention. But as I said earlier, I do not have a neutral point of view on what the European border regions are doing. And in exploring that data gap, I intend to be a bit cautious. The borders of Europe have been called the deadliest in the world by numerous activists and scholars. And yet international organizations have turned the European border region into a model of best practice to be exported. So bearing this in mind, I aim to look beyond the policy evaluation concerns. What I mean here is that with this lack of information given by the EU on the activities and the result of IBMs, if we start filling those gaps and if we provide data to the EU policymaker so they can measure the impact of their policy, we're also providing them with the information that they can use to determine, for example, how much border patrol agents you need to train in order to arrest X number of persons, which I'm not interested in doing. They might do it on their own though. Where I'm getting at here is that there is no political neutral policy research or evaluation. As I mentioned earlier, there's a direct historical connection between European border regions and colonialism and imperialism. This is where I wanted to go with the words of Tuhiwai Smith that resonate with what I'm trying to say. So research is not an innocent or distant academic exercise. In my literature review on IBM, I noticed that the critical border literature tend to ignore the question of IBMs. By critical literature, I mean those scholars whose assumptions are no one is illegal, borders are violent. The primary concern is for the people who are experiencing the effects of border. in opposition with the non-critical literature would be more interested in the management, integrity, efficiency of the border regions. The reason why they tend to ignore IBM is not the lack of interest or lack of data and their preference for using ethnographic methods. This is important research from their part to show that the border is operating a certain way on the ground, but it remains very difficult to connect what is happening on the ground and what are the policy choices, such as the integration of border management. So by looking at beyond policy evaluation concern, I mean to center the collection of data on what matters for people experiencing the violence of borders. It doesn't mean that we have no interest in policy change. So in my work, I am drawing inspiration from the abolitionist movement and scholars like Ruth Wilson Gilmore. You have her words on the screen, but what is really interesting in that quote is that she makes a difference between reformist reform and non-reformist reform. The non-reformist reform is the one that seeks a change that does not create more obstacles in the larger struggle for abolition and the dismantlement of all violent systems. And now I'm going to introduce and discuss some of the choices and results that we've made in designing the first indicators on IBM. As I mentioned earlier, the most obvious problem that we had when trying to grasp the situation of IBM is to determine in which countries do we have working agreements. This is why the first indicator we set had for purpose of telling us which countries have signed a working agreement, when it was signed, whether it had been renegotiated since then, and when. Those are very simple questions, but they're essential because the EU does not provide individual data on each of those IBM agreements. And as we focus on dyads, it is very important that we make sure that we can distinguish all those dyads and the IBM that goes with it. With this collection of data, we are now capable of representing the chronological order in which they have been negotiated and renegotiated, and we can start observing the tendencies in direction that are taken by the EU and its interest in modeling border regimes outside of the borders of Europe. Even if we decided to exclude what Frontex considers to be unachieved IBM, you still see represented in light blue on the map. The EU is in white, and in the dark blue, you have the real IBM with the working agreements, the one we have collected data on. And the second map shows you the date of signature. I did not discriminate the type of agreement since you have the other map to compare, but you can see that there is a trend going from Eastern Europe, more specifically from Russia, to Africa. And as I said, having collected the working agreement, the source document was really interesting because we can see a tension between what the EU says about IBMs and what Frontex is doing. So we have also an indicator that look at how if there is a mention of the search and rescue operation, which is supposed to be one of the objectives of IBM. But if I didn't make a map, because actually there's only one working agreement that mentions the search and rescue operation, it's the renegotiated Frontex Albania from 2021. But again, we have no data regarding of how it was turned into an actual policy. And just to conclude very quickly, I hope I was able to give you a better understanding of the challenges I faced while trying to design an indicator on IBMs, while also trying to look beyond the policy evaluation concerns. There is more to come now, but we have the foundation thanks to this indicator, and we can visualize where to look, and I think it's very exciting. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentations. I may ask maybe the discussants, Gregory Ahmed and Roland S. Ask some questions if you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. It was very inspiring and interesting to see other ways to exploit the database. I have a question for each of you. First, Maria, as regards the database, when I hear to you, I wonder, for example, as regards maritime borders, dyads, what do you consider, or what in the JMN can you consider as a dyad? For example, France, UK is probably a dyad, Belgium, UK probably, Netherlands, UK probably, Denmark, UK, is it or not? So you have a common criteria. Another question to Fulkia. It was very interesting to hear about indigenous nation. And very convincing also the way you put things. But I wonder if we could ask the same question in the European context regarding the Sami people, north of Finland, Sweden, and Norway, as this is a real stake. And another question, how to make in countries where ethnicity is not allowed in the statistics, for, as France. In Guyana, we have ethnicity, but we cannot measure it. And then, Jules, as regards integrated border management, first a naive question. I wonder if you could make a link with the common police stations between both. For example, in France, it's CCP, Commissariat Commun de Police, Gendarmerie et Douane. Between each pair of countries, I think we have this. Is there a link? And then another question, always about data. You mentioned agreements outside EU, but could we consider data, other data, for example, data collected by activists and journalists and so on, and data from the police or from the authorities?
Should we answer and then do the next one, or do you want to go?
Yeah, you can start with these questions.
Okay, I'll go. Yes, we have a criteria, but Ben will remember it more than me because he helped actually build the diet list. So I think there's sort of two kinds of maritime diets. There's countries that face the same body of water. And so they have obviously their territorial diet, and then it also extends into the water, sort of the length of their, whatever you call it, like their seas. It's not a technical term, but I'm blanked on it. So like France, Spain have a maritime border on the Mediterranean. But then we also have, Ben, how did we decide the maritime borders like around the UK or Sweden, Denmark? Do you remember? But the ones for like island nations.
I think it's because yes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, what's the criteria?
On the territorial sea, the difference between territorial sea and economic expression. That's the question you asked.
Is there a diet in Denmark and
Denmark, UK? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Because we are, the two people in mind of.
If they are in contact by equidistance, like territorial sea, but in this case, I think it's not territorial sea, I think it's economic exquisite, they are in contact. So the economic exquisite boundary of UK is in contiguous with the economic exquisite zone boundary of Denmark. So the diet is
there we go. Okay. Well, that's me. So.
Okay, but thank you for your question. I'm glad you said it because I realized I completely left it out of my presentation. Our intention with the kind of pilot project of North America was to see essentially like what can we do? Like we knew that we wanted to have some sort of understanding of how Indigenous people are crossed by borders and affected by borders, but we weren't sure, like quantitatively speaking, what that would look like. And so North America was, it's my research area also, so there was some personal investment in it, but also it just kind of made the most sense in terms of like what data is accessible. But we are hoping to expand it to be worldwide, especially like when you get into Asia. I think the UN says there's probably 70% of Indigenous people in the world live in Asia. So there's good reason to expand it worldwide, but we're not entirely sure what it will look like yet. And Europe is a really interesting example too, because you have, don't quote me on this because I don't remember the exact declaration, but there was a UN declaration on Indigenous rights, I think like in 2000, and it essentially came into effect in 2007. And like the year before that happened, all of a sudden a bunch of European countries, so that they didn't have indigenous people, they had minority ethnic groups. And so you have this area that just is really unique in terms of understanding race and racism. And kind of how that is entrenched systemically and institutionally and bureaucratically and legally. And so it'll be really interesting to see kind of when we look really closely at the data that we have in our database, what can work, what can we bring elsewhere, and what do we have to shift and adjust to get to get comparable results. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's a wonderful question. And then yeah, did I answer your question? Is that sufficient?
Second one was about countries where we do not have ethnic or.
I think that's one of the questions of what will that look like. I'm finding it interesting even too because Mexico has. I mean, it's not that case, but Mexico has a different system of federal recognition compared to Canada and the United States. So even within our pilot, which we thought would be kind of this more straightforward adventure, it's already complicating things, and we're having to make adjustments. So I think it's preparing us to try and tackle something like that. But I don't have a concrete answer at this time.
Thank you for your question. The first one is a tough one because CCPD and the cooperation between police is operating within the union, and it is something that we excluded so far because integrated border management has been mainstreamed in every policy of the European Union. However, we decided to focus specifically on what Frontex is doing because it is in charge of external border management, and so this is what we're looking at for now. And also, I think that CCPD obeys to different principles. It's coordinated border management and not integrated. And so I think there's a bunch of variations that come with it. So we're focusing on IBM. But this is the difficulties of studying the EU because it's always changing. Concerning the possibility to use the data outside of what the EU is providing, I think it's a really interesting question, especially because it's what the future indicators are going to reflect. We will be looking at the construction of IBM and the policy discourse. So, of course, we're going to have to multiply the sources because the EU is not the only one institution we talked about IBM. And we'll be interested in looking, for example, at what would be policy networks, media, journalists, activists, politicians elected, and other type of sources and how they talk about IBM. There will be also an indicator on the criminalization of solidarity, which will rely massively on what the NGO was providing on their own features due to the integration of border management. So we're going to use a different type of sources. And the working agreement was just a way to lay the foundations and be sure that what we're looking at is whether it is an IBM, and also to force ourselves into look even where it is surprising, where there is no direct effect of the IBM. For example, the IBM between Frontex and Canada seems to be an empty thing. The Canada Border Service agent who signed it was really happy about it, but I don't think that nothing happened since then. So now that we have the working agreement in mind, we're going to have a bunch of data on the Frontex Canada IBM, but to show also that it is an empty construction. It would be interesting.
Thank you. Maybe Roland for the question.
So I stick to the order of the presenters and the presentations. Some from Maria. It was very interesting to see what we can do with the database, and which is very interesting, and what would be a clear added value of the database that you mentioned. You try to calculate probability and the share of the distribution of various factors per diets and the share of these different types. And would you explain your future steps, or do you have something in mind, or is it the next step, or do you have some idea where to go with this probability calculations? And because it would be really nice, because there would be really nice findings for sure. And what would be also interesting to find what to find, like the finding of future findings and like if I play with the words, if it's understandable. Yeah, so basically that would be my question or mixed with a remark.
Yeah.
For you, then about the indigenous people and tribes and the bands. I think it's very interesting to see this how this Westphalian order of borders are being contested, and instead of thinking of clear borders, we can talk about inner borders within these countries, and it's very clear that your studies is really, for me, it was a reinforcement of how important it is to think about borders as social constructions, social constructs. So like behaviorism, postmodern knowledge was really used here, and maybe have you thought about mapping the social activities of these groups or nations or tribes and so on? So I mean, like maybe you will have maps based on where their events were organized, and like, for example, there was a kayak canoe contest or sport event organized by these people, and maybe you can put it on a map and draw some ideas on their space that they are actually using. So like what their lived space is. So it's not like not just a delineation on a declaration by, I don't know, U.S. government, like this is your territory, end of story. But where actual interactions are happening. And for Jules, it was really, I found it very interesting that it's really a topic which requires more investigation. I mean, it's kind of, you found really a gap with there's a lack of data there. We really need evidence, and we need to be more critical about this topic. So I really like that approach of yours, that you will try to live with these tools, and the evaluation could be really the policy evaluation. For me, it was an important term, like how to evaluate these the border management, how to find indicators, and so on. So my question would be about that I thought about some indicators you have mentioned. You have had some words about it, but what would come into your mind when it comes to if you had the chance to pick some indicators, like you will have insufficient funds for it, and you will be asked that, okay, Jules, let's pick some nice indicators and something to measure so like the policy evaluation. How would you deal with it, with indicators especially? Thank you.
Should I start?
Yes, Maria, please.
Okay. So I'd say, in terms of, what do we want to keep doing? What are our next steps? I'd say I have sort of short-term and then long-term goals. And so short-term is working on missing data, which is just a matter of manpower. Yeah. I think in our conflict data set, we have 80 of the dyads have an answer on whether or not they are born at or they are currently disputed. And so just filling out the rest of those data sets, because everything you can do to get rid of missing data makes your analyses, more powerful, more accurate. And then I'll just mention two that we're sort of working on in a longer goal, but one of them is connectivity, so infrastructure across borders, which is adapted from what Bernard was presenting earlier, the work that he was doing with his graduate student Daniela. So their measurements are fairly like France specific in terms of how the roads are classified, but we're trying to build that up and create like a Europe-wide measurement for it. So we'd be looking at basically how connected are these borders or countries across these dyad borders, and then connecting that to other data, for example, national GDP, or we're working on some data with Gregory as well on trade flows, the amount of money moving, amount of trucks. I think it's something like kilograms of goods being moved across borders, and to try and look at the intensity of those border connections as well. So that's like one. And then just the other one that I'll dangle is starting to work on securitization as well. So I know Emmanuel wants to look at walls, border walls, and to start doing some, not just data collection, but actually analysis and looking at where the border is more fortified and what else is that linked to? Like, is it to do with GDP differences? Is it more fortified in one area than another? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Could go on forever.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll take over. Do I think about maps? Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about maps, like too much time. I'm just gonna
exactly.
my screen if I can. I'm just having a moment. Okay, so on the screen, okay, there we go. On the screen, sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. I'm on nativeland.ca. So this is a website that shows essentially it's an open source citizen science type. Is that what open source means? Anyways, it's essentially anyone can contribute to it. It's vetted. It's not go wild, but it's an open use space of mapping Indigenous territory throughout the world. And I think that's kind of the disclaimer that you get when you first pop onto the website really highlights the issue with mapping. It says this map does not represent or intend to represent official or legal boundaries of any Indigenous nation. To learn about definitive boundaries, contact the nations in question. Also, this map is not perfect. It's work in progress with tons of contributions from the community. You have it. And so anyways, if you go onto this website, you can, there's territories, there's also languages and treaties on the side. So you can see throughout the world where Indigenous nations' territories essentially are, where they claim to be. And so the reason why I'm hesitant and why I bring this up is that mapping is super political, especially, in Canada and the United States, Australia is a good example as well of areas where you have land claims happening and reasons why there would be, conflict over these things. We live in a capitalist world where resources are valuable and land is valuable. And that leads to just kind of all sorts of problems with trying to it's also an issue of trying to fit Indigenous worldviews and land relationships into a discrete entity. And then there's also the issue of if there's cultural knowledge, right? There's a lot of information that should not be public accessible. It should not be mapped. In all honesty, I know of cases where Border Patrol fully well know where sacred sites are and they still plow over them anyways. Maybe even intentionally, in all honesty. And so what kind of information are we giving to the world by publishing that sort of map or giving that information? Kind of what goes back to what I was talking about outputs. However, all that said and all that taken into consideration, if a community were to say, hey, can you map this for us? Here's the data that we want. We want to know, we want to show that, I really like that Maria brought up walls. We want to show what infrastructure is on our land. Blackfeet are a good example. They have part of their land they just don't have access to because of border infrastructure. And that land is given to them by treaty for the reservation. And so they want to make an argument saying, hey, you're taking over space that you said was ours. And so having that sort of those exact coordinates or that exact information and making a map would be incredibly useful. Anyways, all that is to say, I think a lot about maps. Love them, hate them. And I think that they can be really useful. And also I think that we really have to be intentional and thoughtful about the political implications of what we're doing. And if anyone's interested in this website, I can send it around, or you can explore it. Yeah. I found it in the research.
Nice. Thank you for your question.
Just one moment. You have just a question from online, and so please, Catriona, if you would like to ask your question.
Hi, everyone. It's actually more of a comment and some, I suppose, some questions that I'm going to leave the panel with to reflect on. I'm not going to expect you to answer them today. My name's Katrina Mullen. I'm here for the Association of European Border Regions. So we're one of the longest serving European associations, founded in 1971. We have over 73 border regions across Europe beyond the borders of the EU. As you can probably tell from my accent, I'm on an external border of the EU myself now. I'm from Northern Ireland, Derry, on the Irish-Northern Ireland border, but I work for ABR. But I think I just wanted to commend the panel on the presentations. It is great to see such a young panel of researchers who are doing this really exciting work, so thank you. I was just struck by so many thoughts. I'm sorry I can't be there today in person. I had to be doing something on this border yesterday, which meant that I couldn't travel and get there in time. But I think there is for me, with regard to the whole issue of IBMs and I suppose the slightly, as might be suggested, the more adversarial context in which those have been deployed, for policy reasons. For me, there's a paradigm shift. I think that Europe is going to have to deal with, particularly with regard to its shared environmental aspirations, which is that, and this links in with some of the stuff on, I suppose, indigenous people's sense of territory, which transcends borders. I think there's a piece there for Europe to consider, which is very much around the intrinsic knowledge that people of a place have, particularly with regard to the management of shared environmental resources on external borders. On the internal borders, it's easier because we have mobility. We have the mobility of people. On the external borders, what we also have are security concerns. But for me, there is also something transformational in some of the research that is here, and perhaps there are other pathways for inquiry that could be developed around the issue of intrinsic indigenous knowledge of environmental landscapes and the value that knowledge has in the context of preventative conservation, as opposed to that knowledge being in a contested space, which has to do with environmental enforcement. So, for example, fishing of waters out of season and the whole sort of poacher gamekeeper relationship. So I think there's something there that can be looked at. I know that Maureen Hume of Glasgow University is also doing a lot of work on the issue of river rights and also identity, place-based identity amongst indigenous people in Central America. This is, again, an issue for us here, is the idea of the environment and a shared environment being a non-contentious way of creating stability in border regions, because everyone can subscribe to the idea that we want to protect our shared resources. So I'm just throwing out some concepts there. I would also refer you to the model that you mentioned. I'm not sure that the speaker's name, the dark hair lady in the middle. You mentioned the issue of the UK maritime borders. There's a very interesting case study you might want to look at, particularly because it is also an enforcement agency, but it combines enforcement, conservation, and scientific research on maritime conservation and protection. known as the Locks Agency. It was one of the North-South bodies established by the Peace Agreement in Ireland, Northern Ireland in 1998. Its original format was actually established in 1952 by the two governments of Ireland and the UK in recognition that they had these cross-border bodies of water that could not actually be managed with a border down the middle. So it was actually an integrated environmental enforcement and protection agency set up at a time way before Europe was even thinking about these things. They also have a research relationship with Dalhousie University in Canada. So that's on the maritime research side. But I think this is saying to me that for Europe and the question about how the research on Indigenous peoples might translate to the European context, I think we need to be careful about othering the issue of Indigenous knowledge of place, because that is something that we do have on all of our external borders. And again, looking at that as a potential vector for stability, proactive stability on borders, I believe is going to be very important for the European Union as we go forward. So I just wanted to leave you with those comments. There are some potential areas for new research in there. And I wanted to thank you very much on behalf of the association for what's been a really rich series of discussions. And again, I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, if you would like to continue.
I also want to say thank you, Kate, Fiona, for your feedback. And I think what you're saying about the IBMs and the European responsibility or the European attitude toward climate disruption and the capitalism. Historically, already the consequences of European imperialism have been devastating colonized countries, and I think even in the history of Europe itself, there was precedence to that. And I'm thinking right now in the potato hanger and what happened in Ireland. And to go back to your question, on what indicator I would drive if I had unlimited funds and time and resources, I would be very excited to be able to have the number of search and rescue operations that have been completed by Frontex, the number of people who've been brought to Europe after one of those, the number of people who've been pushed back to the country of origin after one of those operations, the budget that have been used, how much care and provision have been given to the people who've been rescued, and that type of stuff, because I think it is a very important aspect of what I'm trying to measure, why I'm trying to be critical to the concept of IBM. But it is also a very difficult set of data to collect due to the fact that, of course, there's no real publicity on it. But yeah, I don't know about your question.
So thank you. Thank you very much.